Uh, oh, Mario Kart! I was playing a lot of that today. I think I got up to... I was checking it yesterday. I was at like 195 hours. I just am at 200 hours of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe at this point. And who knows how many, in actuality, combined with whatever my Wii U playtime is in the app with the book on it. What do they used to call it? The play log or something like that? Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with those new courses. I was playing that shit for so long today, waiting to do Cine Sprint online, like just once. And the little roulette almost missed it. And, you know, usually you can kind of like, if you played enough Mario Kart, you can understand the pattern that the cursor makes. You can kind of predict when it's going to stop. Like, oh no, it's going to stop one early. It's not going to be Cine Sprint. It's going to be fucking Mario Stadium. This sucks. And then it went one extra. And I closed my eyes. I made a warm smile. And I teared up. And this would be the music that played in my head at such a moment. If only I could remember it. But yeah, coming off hot on the heels of that Morrow Day night. I wanted to go back to that in particular because I want to see... Last night I was like, hey, is this just some sort of intentional commonality shared with that piece? And I couldn't quite figure it out. Maybe this will help, because then I'll be able to just like walk outside and then I'll know and have this understanding. Oh, we've got like a whole new town area, by the way. Never mind, like a desert. This seems to be the entrance of it. Colony 4 checkpoint. Yeah. Man, I'm gonna be honest. Shit got like a little crazy last night, actually. We fought a large I Am Mean. We killed a large I Am Mean. And then we saw a little bit of I Am Queen. In this order. God, it's gonna want me to participate in this world, isn't it? I can't just be a lonely passenger drifting aimlessly through society. I can drift through this society. Oh, I thought this was like an alley. Hey, this is kind of cool town music, though. It's got a little more flavor than I was expecting this to. I do want this capsule first, though. I will participate in this society, which is getting things. Or will I? Where is it? According to the map, this way. There was a pillar of light! It's like right here. Is it up? Oh, I have to access it via zipline, I guess. Damn. Yeah, Mio's looking up. Oh no, this is really sweet. Careful not to get squished by the wheel, Noah. Okay, so what was it? There was like some shops I could check out? Yeah, commissary. Oh yeah, the guy with the blonde wings from last night, right? Oh my god, these guys are sprinting at top speed. Ice headband. Oh, this is like gear. For some reason I thought commissary was like a food word. And that maybe we could buy some like dark grapes or some sort of moist food. I still feel bad leaving that Nopon like, you know, hanging in there like that. Doesn't feel right. Ymir? Red Wings? Looking good, Ymir. The flame clock really did get smashed. I can hardly believe it. I mean, I didn't even think you could smash a flame clock. All experimental data pointed to the contrary. Fascinating. You mean you were trying to smash the flame clock yourself? You got some orbs on you, mate. Some orbs on you. I say this when I play Fire Emblem Heroes. Alright, I've done like a loop of music. I can stop appreciating the world. I talked to one guy, I went to one store, and didn't buy anything. That's sufficient participation if you ask me. But I do want 2 of these. Elegant Pomelo. It really does still feel like there should be like a run slightly faster option. Like a temporary sprint maybe. But Hey, here's a question. If the flame clock is, like, destroyed, do these people, like, still die at 10? Because that is what, like, facilitates that, right? Or...
You lot sleep all right?
Does it just, like, collect it,
Like
and they die no matter what?
Thanks for the room.
It's just like a
You
big
cleaned it out just
bucket.
for us.
Don't sweat it. Just a token from us higher-ups.
So strange to see Noah with
I couldn't quite believe
the
it.
fluffy lands
So I
coat.
went outside and hunted down a Hox as a test.
And?
Didn't get Snuffle. The flame clock didn't show, and neither did any motes.
Oh.
Looks like it's real.
Yeah. We were baffled too, at first.
Anyway, we're all thankful to you. Flame clocks don't work so good when you're dirt. Hated having to worry about when my number might be up.
Wait, dirt? I thought Ethel's rank was silver. It was when she saved our hides, wasn't it?
Well, stuff happens.
Jeez!
Kamaravi. Heard of him?
It is a... Oh, look at this
Call him
guy's
the
design.
Smouldering. The greatest warrior in all of Agnes. And a commander.
Wait, so now they do have mechs? Wait, what?
Know him.
Huh?
Technique is
Okay, so Face Mechon can be piloted like this.
For honest pilot.
But they have, like, clocks on them.
Wow. So Kamaravi and Ethel were rivals.
That's right.
Hold this
We
thought.
fought against him who knows how many times now. Took our share of damage, but then so did they. At one time, one of his Feronis' knee joints blew clean out. Well, most likely it was a failure of maintenance. The commander could have ended it then and there. But no.
Telling other people's tales again? Not very endearing.
I think it'd be
Cut it
really
out.
funny if you were, like, driving a car. You had to, like, get in a car stance and embody the movements of a car.
Ethel?
And then if you got out of your
It became
car
a
and continued to do
tremendous
car
scandal.
things, then the car would
The
be in a
castle
car
stripped our
pose.
colony of our silver rank, demoting us to dirt. But look, they were made the lowest of the low, and still they chose to stick by me, even though it meant having to live day to day. That is why I must prevail over him.
Huh? But you're...
Free from the yoke of the flame clock, yes, certainly. However, this is another
Yeah, so
matter.
this entire colony, they're just all gonna live past 10 now. It's
Hunger?
just that simple.
Pride? Desire? Joy, maybe? It's a little hard to put it to words, but something along those lines. I haven't all the time in the world,
Yes, you do!
and my troops
Well,
aren't
you've got, like,
friends.
10 times more now, I guess.
For me,
I don't know where your first 10 still go. I don't think you really get that back.
a rematch with Kamaravi is everything. And that will give purpose to the remainder of our lives.
a purpose to life.
Right, okay. On an emotional level, I could understand.
Wow, really?
I didn't say I agreed. I just see her point of view, that's all.
All right now, let's put a pin in the philosophizing. When we talked last night, you said your destination was Sword March, as I recall.
Oh, yeah, I want to talk about Sword March.
Come along.
I had questions about this. Really? 13 meters, you want me to come along? Oh, I'm following? Yeah? Are we, like, going to, like, a private location? What are we waiting for here? Okay. Maxi? Oh, hey, Max. Little wobbly Nopon. I'm sorry, were they wearing like a military uniform? I don't like that one's like designed to kill people. That feels, you know, I mean, I guess they all are in one way or another, but... Oh no, it's the Ruby Room! We're gonna sit down and get lectured! Oh.
This right here is Sword March. Well, that part is common knowledge, I suppose. To get there, you have a few possible routes. Mainly the northern and the southern. And then, the direct route cutting through the ocean vortex.
You don't say. That works.
Nobody's done it before.
Such a tease.
You can try to approach it from sea or from air. But as soon as you're close to it, you'll end up being ripped to shreds. Trust me, it's not just the waves and the wind. We believe there's some other force at play there. And so, through elimination then, these two. And quite frankly, I wouldn't advise going north.
Why's that?
The road's dangerous, and it runs right past Agnes Castle territory. You'd have a hard time getting through.
Tyann, turns out you were right.
As always.
Additionally, you are Ouroboros. If you face another colony, you may find the same thing happening as did with us.
I'd feel safe betting on it.
If you go south, the battle lines are relatively fixed. If you can proceed along this route, you'll get there in about 2 months.
2 months in real time?
2 months.
We're gonna
What?
die before we get there. I'm gonna die before we get there.
Or
I don't have 2
If you
months.
reach the sword, this city, yes? It's hard to believe you would find it there. It seems far-fetched.
How so?
Once, we had to advance across this region ourselves. It was empty. Nothing but the sword piercing the landscape. And then, there's that word you mentioned, city. What could that possibly mean? Is it a person? Or a thing?
when Guernica talked about it, it sounded kind of like a colony?
I was pretty sure it was an object.
Will you still go there, regardless?
Yeah. That was the idea. For a chance to live on.
Then there's no more to say. Boliaris,
Mom?
our guests will be leaving
I
soon.
can't.
Let's
The way they
remain
say
as we
ma'am
can.
in a British word,
Feel free
it sounds
to use facilities here in
way
Canada.
too
Get ready
close
for what's ahead.
to like they're saying something else maybe. A chance to live on, though. I thought that because they're Ouroboros,
You mean
that's what freed them from their 10-year limit.
we're just doing what
So
Ethel
they don't
said.
need to destroy
Just use
their
the facilities
personal
at their
flame
leisure.
clocks, do they still?
You have to eat, else you won't grow.
I guess there was that
Just-
campfire scene.
Don't let them get to
So
you.
Mio's like still expecting it to happen. Hi. Hey yourself.
What is this?
It used to belong to my friend. He always wore it till last year. Yes, he died, fighting against Colony Psi. You animals killed him. Shot him right here. Clean through.
You're wrong. We're actually from Colony Gimp. If that's what you want, go ahead and shoot. It's not like I'm a hard target.
Now we're talking. Oh, what? You're nearly done anyway. Well then keep your lousy embers. Die today or in 3 months' time. Not much difference. Just mind you don't get poisoned before your time's up.
Can I take back my hey yourself?
for?
Senna, it's fine. He was right. We did kill people. Maybe not his friend, but certainly others.
We had no choice. If we hadn't have, we'd be goners.
We had no choice.
Senna, didn't I literally give you clothes? Where did they go?
Not anymore.
I really, really want to take this scene seriously.
Uh-huh. There's a chance we can make amends. Even if we're misunderstood.
I like that some of these are like clipping through each other.
Eat your fill, friend.
Huh?
We're dirt rank, remember? Life ain't easy here. But you did help. Besides, you gave us a choice. The choice not to fight. Now, we won't have to take others' lives. I've wished for this. And you made it true. Thanks for that.
God, look at how he sits. He can't even sit without being gay. There's not a single thing he can do that isn't like the loudest, gayest thing possible. But I started this with the question, what now? And it seems like we've got our work cut out for us at this point. Oh, unless we're just not leaving. Unless we have 3 months left, but we have to tend to Mio's personal guilt. You see, Noah, if we collect 5 Amu hides, he'll be sure to forgive us. Oh my god, wait, no! Is this literally... If we collect 16 wet grapes... Oh, not mandatory ask around the colony quests! I want to leave! Here goes then. Yippee! Okay, but this is some good time for some discussion, some theorizing. Because, there were a couple of topics brought up during that main scene that I wanted to talk about, that I didn't really get the chance to get into, because, I mean, I don't mind talking over cutscenes, but there is like a proper balance to it all. You know, you still want to actually be able to absorb some of the information that it wants you to.
The wounded will just keep piling up higher and higher.
But that said, regarding Sword March, I was thinking about this, where just like as far as like the character's motivation to get to this place, because man. Even Xenoblade 2, I love this like mid-speed walking animation, this power walk. Even Xenoblade 2, I feel like had like a stronger motivation for doing this. Because the guy who like told you to was like around for so little, and we're really only going there on his word, and that's it. I mean, they're considering how much they're trying to repeat beat for beat the Van Damme stuff. Oh, that guy's just gone. Hello? He's a ghost! But Van Damme was around for like a full chapter. And this guy only had one scene. And by this guy, I mean, I guess he just is also named Van Damme. Okay. Okay. I don't know, I'm still really not big on this. This game may have successfully tricked me into liking some of the menus and numbers, which I've never had a game do. Maybe if I'm playing like a Zelda, I'll talk to literally everybody. Xenoblade towns have never really been that compelling for me. Discussing gathered info.
Better make sure we're well rested.
Oh, there's like a discuss option. Like a camp. From here, let's discuss the issues of Colony 4.
Let's lay out the facts.
Let's lay out the facts. Sounds like fun! Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh-huh. Yes. Finally. Finally a good idea. Let's lay out the facts. Wait, a hero quest? That doesn't look like main to me. Oh, even he's doing like the rapid power walk. Wait, what?
What's up, Oliaris?
Wait, so this is voice acted, but it's using the UI of the non-voice acted scenes.
The commander.
None of the other ones have done this.
Do you know where she is?
I don't think we've seen her.
Are you sure? You haven't seen her at all? Think very carefully.
When did this change? Perhaps this is one of those things that they just like ran out of time for. I don't know.
Die for the colony that came down to it. And she's so strong that she'll bear any burden alone, however heavy.
Well, she clearly can't have gone far.
Colony 4, then
We'd be Crown.
Okay.
Sorry. Got carried away.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Look, if you see her, just tell me, okay? Sorry to have kept you.
Yeah.
Very strange. I've never seen anything like that. Yay, I get to run around and do nothing! Aimlessly! It's my favorite thing to do in the world! Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with this.
Galgul's Mania is north of here.
Yeah, and we better hurry, right? Well then, no time like the present.
I'm gonna miss this town music, though. We're gonna go back into the overworld. Right? Yeah, it's fading.
I hope we can make use of this.
These coins don't seem very wet to me. So wait. How do you swap quests?
Let's go someplace else.
Oh! The main quest is to do the hero quest, which is not a main quest, but... okay.
Uh-oh. I think they just gave me...
Hazardous Jarhead? Oh wait, I'm Lance now. I forgot. Hey, I'll wait for someone to do breakthrough. I want to be the guy who does the topple for once. Yeah! That's how we like to do it around here. God, look at the size of this wiggler. The camera is so pulled out to accommodate for it. But yeah, they're talking about, like, unpacking what a city in Sword March actually means. And I'm wondering if it's, like, maybe some other returning location from 1 that we'll find when we get there. Oh my god, it's, like, bigger than Noah! He's so tiny compared to it. We're not actively fighting anything else, are we? I mean, this guy's here. I think he's, like, literally asleep, though. No, I think the guy in the back is literally just chilling. Oh, come on, Topple. Give me that fusion art, baby. That's better. Wait, chain attack time? Hey, this is a thing that just happened, and I know how to use them now!
I just thought of a great idea. Hit them where they least expect.
Let's do this one. So, you want to start... I think it's attack, and then heal, and then defense, right? So let's start with Tyon, because he's got a really high number. What is the angle here? What is he looking at exactly? I guess I'll do this, I don't know. Like, where did it go? Oh, it's invisible. Okay, I guess he was secretly looking at it from behind. Though I'd have no way of telling. And then Mio. Let's do... Everyone's health is looking pretty good, so we'll go for myopic screen. Ah, 97. Okay, well, it's not quite the intended effect, but it effectively is. And then I guess we'll do Noah. This is dazed right now, so there's not really a reason for that. But he does have high numbers, so I'll use Bull Rush anyways. Yeah, okay. Very strange seeing her hold that thing. Did I ever check if I could get Senna wearing Noah's thing? Or is she going to forcibly unbutton that, too? My thinking muscles! Okay, let's see. So same pattern as before. Oh, Tyon 55! Goddamn. That's looking good. What? Oh my, wow! So this seems a little redundant. I can just go straight to lands. This might be another clean 3. I wasn't expecting 3. But I guess this is what happens when you do a chain attack correctly. Yeah, look at this! This is crazy! Let's, do one of these. Oh, but I don't have... Wait, am I gonna get 4? Surely that can't be. 146 just on his own. I have difficulty getting that much when I'm trying. Wait, okay, so I had party members left that weren't, like, expended yet. But it's still maxed out at 3 anyways. Okay, so I certainly still have questions, to be sure, about how chain attacks work, because I don't know why. You should be able to keep it going until you run out of party members, right? Or just can you only ever get 3? Or can you only ever get 3 for now? And then later you'll just get more. Oh god, I forgot you could just do this whenever the hell you want now. Look at this shit. Oh, wabawos. Hello? Burning Rangers? Hey, now we're talking. This guy has a great taste in Sega Saturn games. Nice. Didn't we already fight like a giant one of these that was like a special monster that taught us how to do chain attacks? Or is this like... Was that like an elite monster? I think it was like a slightly different gimmick. Oh god, there's so many of these things. They're everywhere. Regora Hawks. Oh, but this is the cool nighttime version though. Hey, now we're talking. Wait, up there? Is that like the Spiral Mountain that I was thinking about? Or... You know, because if possible, I'd really like to figure out how to, oh god, she's Uni now. And Uni's Noah! Oh, Noah! Our table! Guess I'll round up more of these guys while I'm here. Why not? Like, the original one's already gone. I may as well make it worth my while. But, there was definitely a spiral mountain that happened to have a zip line on. I'm like, oh man, I wish I knew how to do this shit. And I can't. Maybe it's, like, already gonna teach me. Now that we have chain attacks, as far as combat goes, I think we do have,
I'd say we were moving in sync, right?
the regular Xenoblade stuff covered. So unless, and with Ouroboros too, I don't think they have anything new to add in that department, but there is, like, still traversal stuff that I don't know how to do. So if there's any front for us to be moving on for tutorialization and learning things, it's gotta be zipline sooner or later, right? Let's see. There's another capsule up there, but it doesn't look like I can reach it. God, I forgot about the jumping noise. It's so good. Hey, I can, like, probably minimize that now, right? Like, that doesn't need to be there. Can I slide this way? No, it's a cliff! I think I've actually seen that side before. Yeah, there's no way up there either. I'm not gonna piss these guys off. You think I could survive that? Like, if there's, like, some... Yeah, I think if I land here, then that'll, like, break my fall. Oh! Ow! Ow, 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 ooh! Ow! Ooh. I gotta switch off Uni, dude. She makes too many funny noises.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, I'm cool with her, like, not in combat. Don't wait, is this another? No, this is an elite, not a normal guy. And by normal guy, I actually mean unique monster, which is quite notably unnormal. I don't think this is the zipline mountain though. I don't see any actual structures, like, attached to this that, like, branch away from it.
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
But I do remember coming up here nonetheless.
Oops, they found us.
Oops. What? I can't switch? I have to fight? And then I switch.
Keep me going. Overfall. Power ring.
We'll play as Tyon as Senna for a little bit. I don't think I've really used much of this one. But this is also like a kind of like a positional thing. Oh, I was wondering why I got launched so infrequently. It's because it's Senna's special. It's not a normal art. That makes sense.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
God. It really is. I mean, I didn't spend too much time with it just now, but it seems like a pretty decent moveset that does cater. Like, it is a very Griffin playstyle. So it's a shame that it's attached to, like, a character that I will never touch under ordinary circumstances. It's a good thing Tyon's here.
Ethel?
This is a normal-sized animal. Can we not get into this right now? Chat doesn't know about normal-sized animal. And they don't need to.
Oh, it's you.
Why did all the cutscenes stop being cutscenes all of a sudden?
That's what I was.
Wait, look over there.
What, huh? Supply drops.
Huh.
Okay, I guess we're doing this now. Alright. If you really want me to. I did! I'm focusing. Guess you gotta do it for longer, though.
Was that a supply drop?
I would assume after a certain
Sent from
amount,
Agnes.
they, like,
How
expire.
can you tell?
Like, someone else, like, picks it
I
up.
got word that an advanced troop from Agnes had been seen in the area, and if they're in the middle,
I don't mind that, though. That's kind of like a,
some kind of operation.
like the shooting stars in Breath of the Wild.
The supply drop must be timed for the arrival of a main force.
Funnily enough, it's that supply drop we're after.
Did you know about the Agnian troops, Tyon?
I've known about the presence of Agnian forces in this region for a while. I could never verify that supplies were being dropped, but I won't say I didn't suspect.
Oh yeah? Well, looks like you can verify it now.
From the way that you're talking, it sounds as though you're after supplies too.
Well, medical supplies specifically. We thought Colony 4 might need them.
I see. Then it looks as though we happen to have the same goal.
Really?
Boliaris was looking for you. You didn't actually come alone, did you?
I actually did. Your understanding of the situation is correct.
I
But
talk like
can't risk
this.
any more casualties.
So you thought you'd go and take care of this yourself, huh?
In that case, we...
I said I couldn't afford any more casualties, and that includes you. I appreciate that you're willing, but Colony 4 is my responsibility.
We want to work with you, Ethel.
Be that as it may.
We've already made our minds up. That's why we're here.
You might end up having to cross swords with people from your own country.
Talking about avoiding casualties. You know that includes you too, Ethel, don't you?
I yield. I can't very well refuse you now.
Don't worry, Ethel. We're not who we used to be.
Yeah, we won't drag you down.
Then if we're agreed...
Used to be
let's
as
hurry
in
and pick up the
children, or
supplies.
used to be as in shadow monsters?
Apologies. And thank you all.
Temporarily join the party? Oh, she's gonna be our bonus 7th.
Head for the
But only
smoke rifle
temporarily.
container.
Aw.
That's our drop point.
Is she gonna like run around and jump with us?
Let's go pick it up before someone else does.
Can I like switch to her?
Might as well, yeah?
Leave it to me.
Do exactly as I say.
No, I don't think I can. I will stick with Lance for a little bit though. Yeah, okay. Well, the good news is that I've already been there. You know, I got a very thorough lay of the land during the last stream already. So I should be able to get... Actually, I wonder if I can just fast travel even. Because, okay, a carrot's like a wet thing though, right? If all the enemies here are just the same level that they were before, then it shouldn't really matter too much, right? Let's have a look. You? It gets things over with pretty quickly. Oh, it's daytime now. I don't know when that happened. Hi, bird. Oh my god, level 12 enemies. I can't believe this shit was like last stream and I'm already like double these guys' level.
Very reassuring to have you with
I've been doing a lot of progress apparently.
I feel very much the same.
Wait a second, look at this. I guess this is the Agnes troops that were being... Wait a second! They didn't literally... Okay, its name is Avis. I thought they named it Elvis and I was about to be like, come on, man. Not like this. Wait, I forgot that I gave Lance a cool moveset that I actually want to use now. Hey, I'll do that. I'll use this. Let's focus up here. I do not especially care about the little guys. Usually I do. Usually this is my primary strategy that I approach all walks of life with. But Avis has got to go. Oh my god. 6 people talking is already too... I can't handle a 7th.
Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
gonna try to go around this guy if I can. If I can help it. Is there like a crack I can navigate here? Oh! There is! I guess you could say. It's kind of cracked of me. Oh, wait. No, I think that's through the ether conduit. I hope I can make this drop!
I got careless.
Well, everyone else got to like 1 HP. I don't know. Wait, did it like respawn me where I need to be anyways? It didn't, but I know where I'm going now. Let's see. Pipe goes here? Yes. Anarchy Orchid is pretty good too. I don't think I've pointed that one out yet. That's a great item name. Yeah, this is already like not a pleasant drop. I gotta level up more before I'm allowed to take those kind of falls.
Wait.
I don't wanna wait!
Wait.
The swing of this? Oh my, look at her go!
Something's not right.
She's just hurrying along ahead. Oh, they're fighting all the little doggies.
Hey, something's not right.
What do we do?
Probably
No
press
time to
R,
daydream.
and then press A, and then press B, and then hold ZR, and press X.
You're right, Noah. We have no time to waste. Let's rout those nuisances.
I love the synchronized animations. They're doing a little dance to the music. I mean, these guys are like one level higher than the dudes that I like disposed of in like 8 seconds. So, like, I don't know if it really demands this amount of fanfare, you know?
Are you okay? Want to heal?
See, what I want to find out is if we can get the chain attack gauge built up. I think it's going to be especially funny if we can start to use it on, like, enemies who in no way, shape, or form, like, do not need it at all. We're already 3/4 through, though, so probably not. Man, I don't know what to do with myself now that I'm level 20. This is like the big thing that I was working towards for so long.
We're unstoppable with you around, Sen.
But, now I have to wonder what the next checkpoint
Glad
is
that's over.
for, getting that 3rd fusion art.
Yeah, just one thing left.
I think it's 30, but I'm not sure. There's a couple of different milestones for different systems that have different level goals set for you.
What?
Take your wounded and get out. Leave, now. Did I do the right thing just now? As a Kavesi commander?
There was never a reason for any of us to fight in the first place. You did the right thing, in my opinion.
The actions you believe to be correct don't always lead to good outcomes. Some situations aren't salvageable. That's the nature of war. It's beyond anyone's control.
Ethel?
I'm sorry. What a tedious thing to talk about. We'll recover the supplies and head back to Colony 4. I'm afraid I'll need you all a while longer.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that too. Hey, I thought this was supposed to be like a new chapter. Like we're here to do like a new thing.
Be at rest.
This is like chores. I wanted to go to, I don't know, like a cool place. We went to red grass place, we went to yellow grass place, we went to green grass place, we went to desert place. I've seen enough of desert place. We went to place of high contrast rocks.
Let's do it, Lance.
Leave the muscle to me.
This is wrong. I didn't ask for this when I hit the A button.
Hurry back to Colony 4.
I bet Boliaris is crawling out of his skin with worry right about now.
I'm trying to think if I want to walk this way back, or if it makes more sense to just teleport. Yeah, no, these guys aren't worth my time. I'll warp. Especially if I'm just taking time away from what could potentially be more new areas that I get to explore. Can't skip travel right now. Why, I can't go anywhere? Oh, okay. Guess I'll go this way anyways. I'm betting that there's like a cutscene it wants you to engage with. That like you get interrupted at some point on the way to that quest marker, and it doesn't want you to like miss that flag. Another rank up, though.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Sorry, I'm just busy thinking about horrible combinations of M and V and P used to describe lands. Oh, yeah, I guess we can talk about what the fuck normal-sized animal means. Something about me that remains very controversial amongst my other Minecraft-playing friends is that I used to be into it, and I stopped when they added in bats in an update, because you're not allowed to turn them off. Because there's like peaceful mode that you can turn on, which I always do, because the mean guys are also scary, but they added new scary guys that you can't turn off. And this was a couple of months ago. I was trying to explain to them like what is so scary about them if they don't hurt you. And I said it plays on a very base like human instinct of being chased by a very fast-moving, normal-sized animal. And supposedly, describing a bat as normal-sized proved very unpopular. I had to do a lot of explaining to justify the logic of a normal-sized animal. I do still stand by such words, though. I think a bat is normal-sized. Because anything smaller than a bat is, like, small-sized. It's, like, not medium. And medium is, like, normal, right? Man, I gotta get rid of this powdered wheat. Somebody's gonna get an allergic reaction.
This was a nice find.
Wait, am I supposed... I mean, I came out the other side of the cave. Oh, right. I remember how this works now. The exterior of the ring doesn't do shit, but the interior encircles the two paths that split the whole region down the middle. I gotcha. Because if you think about it, a bat is like a dog, right? And dogs are normal. They're like a very normal animal. Okay, so we've got to be coming up on whatever the supposed interruption is, though, right? Like, there better be a good reason for forbidding fast travel at a time like this. Although I'm beginning to suspect that there just literally is not. Man, level 51. It'll be an amazing day when I can start going after stuff like this. Because I see, you know, level 80 gorillas. And that's always like, you know, if you want to do that, you're not going to be level 80 by, like, the end of the game. You're going to have to do, like, some extra work to make that happen. But level 50 is, like, attainable. Like, I could, in theory, eventually come back here and be like, yeah, I'm going to fuck this guy up. And it'll feel really good to do. But, I mean, level 80, I mean, that barely scratches the surface of, like, some of the crazy monsters that you can find and fight.
Commander?
Like, there's
Commander!
supposed to be,
Commander!
supposedly, stuff beyond level 100, right?
I looked for you everywhere. Where in blazes were you?
I went to fetch medical supplies. Distribute them to the med team.
Yes, Mom. Wait. No. Oh, no.
No.
You don't.
I'm sorry for making you worry. Just, please. I did this for everyone.
I understand your feelings, but... Ugh. Well, I suppose at least you're unharmed.
That's twice you've helped me out. I owe you another one.
Nah, don't worry about it. We were acting of our own free will.
Then to reward your efforts, I'll work on getting our injured up and about again. Come, Boliaris.
Coming.
I'm beginning to get a very sinking feeling
Ethel.
that it's about to bring back the Torna quest system of, like, your relationship with
What's wrong, Noah?
the inhabitants, the townspeople.
I was thinking about what you said. The actions you believe to be correct don't always lead to good outcomes. If someone like you says it, then I don't doubt it's probably true. But back then, you helped us. You saved us. You risked your life. Thanks to you, we're alive right now. I can say with certainty that's a good outcome. That's the only thing I'm certain of, actually.
Noah, you...
And we never properly thanked you.
Huh, so we didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Silvercoat Ethel, we want to formally thank you for your courage.
I can hardly recognize the three of you. I'll continue
Oh
to do my
god,
best
her Shadow
to
Beast
develop
mode
my
turned
next
on again.
May our alliance last.
Oh no, wait a second, it is a gacha system! I spoke too soon! Class Flash Fencer Roll Attacker. Using buff arts is advised before deploying other arts. Talent art raises the attack power, so make sure to perform roll actions. Oh, so that's what distinguishes a hero quest. Okay, so these might be worth doing every now and again then, if you get party members by doing it. So at least it's not like you're not gambling to earn these things. It's not like you're working for a chance at it. I am somewhat suspicious of, I don't know, just needing to summon anybody at all, but we'll see. The clothing menu! At rank 10, you unlock the ability to pick outfits. Okay, this is major. So that's in character's clothing? Yes. I have access to all of these? I can even go back to this if I wanted to. I'm alright with this for a little bit longer, though. Oh, but wait, there's something else here, isn't there? Attachments? Monado. Yes. But wait, so this is on Noah's menu. Does that mean it's gonna change his giant, like, fucking Rhine weapon into a Monado? Like, it just affects everything, I wonder? Okay, well, he just described the... Well, hold on now, hold on. It is not time yet. How do I assign the heroes?
Ready for duty?
Yeah, she, like, wasn't equipped. Now she's on the menu. That's better.
Okay, all the little jobs are done.
I mean, she's got a cool outfit. Maybe I could do, like, some class swaps with her. I like a good, long, flowing coat. Uh-oh, fragrances!
No one can fight on empty batteries.
That's like a thing that you have a bath to resolve. There's nothing to discuss. I'll say, hey, what's the bonus XP looking like right now? Everyone's so close to 21. It would be a little bit silly. I will clean up though.
There we go.
Yeah, let's get some food on the go.
She went from silver coat to dirt rink. She didn't take a fucking bath. I am fascinated by
I think.
what black magic they used to render that mirror just now.
Ever.
Stop! There's never a moment where I'm safe from it!
I might skip today. Wasn't really a sweaty one.
What? How can you miss a hot bath opportunity?
I'm gonna start crying!
I guess when you smell so nice already, maybe it's no problem. Are you,
What happened between 2 and 3?
There's no need to be.
Somebody on this development team had a fucking sexual
She even
awakening.
managed to give us a window when the bath would be empty.
Ah, yeah.
Like, Xenoblade 2 only had, like, the one scene. They talk about this shit constantly! And it's not even just Uni anymore, it's everybody!
A dip.
Atta girl.
Okay. Don't wait for me.
All right then. Have a good one. And good night.
Yeah. Good night.
I say goodnight like that, by the way. In my decidedly non-Ionian accent. Generally, I'd recommend not using bonus experience unless you want to be, like, over-leveled for the story, because you can't level down in this game. It's certainly a nice option to have. Wait, but what happened? Did she have a bath? I've got to know! I need these questions answered. The game makes no sense anymore. To Ribby Flats. Yay, we get to say bye-bye! And it's only been an hour. What's giving me a sinking realization right now is that, like, this might be, like, contagious. Not, like, to me. Oh, yeah, I never got the affinity system, and I'm not about to start. The game, for once, has not forced me to learn something, and I'm going to take this opportunity and run in the complete opposite direction away from it. But, in the same way that I think the development staff has had an awakening of a sort. Maxie, you realized you forgot something and had to turn around? I think people are gonna, like, play this game, and they're gonna, like, develop, like weird bathing / not bathing kinks. Like, it's gonna happen to somebody. Wait, there's a canister. Is it, like, above or below? Is it grayed out because I already got it?
Even a dirt rack is still
Can you get your cock out of the way, Lance? It might be up another floor. Yeah, there's ladders here. This is honestly, like, something, like, one of my biggest things that I'm impressed by with this game, though, is the way ladders work now. Well, here's a container. So, being grayed out definitely doesn't mean that you already collected it. It'll just straight up disappear off of the map. So I wonder if being semi-transparent like this means that it's on a different floor, or it's just like, hey, you know what, there is one here, but don't worry about it. I almost said don't sweat it, and then I had to stop myself. I had to catch myself. We're just like letting you know ahead of time that you cannot do this yet, so don't even bother, maybe. Speaking of, I do think I am like a little too high up at the moment. Unless I can climb further? Oh! Yeah, no, we're good. We're on the right track here. This shit is psychotic. That was a fun last little bit to end it on. Here we are. Once you enter the office, you'll be unable to include Ethel in the party. It's over that soon? Well, I can't resist progressing the main story. I love when these NPCs just fade out of being. It's so funny.
Why is it that you stick together?
Given what's what, we pretty much have to.
Considering how everybody attacks us on sight now.
At this point, I suppose it just panned out this way.
You really think so? That's not really how it looks to me.
Well, one thing's for sure. We were sworn enemies once. And yet, we all share the will to live in the now.
Lance, what are you resting your hands on?
I never realized. But that common will, it was reason enough to stick together.
I see. Not everyone makes the choice to fight willingly. Lance said that you have to. Well, right now every one of us has to. There's no question it would be better if they didn't. Your journey may have started out of necessity, but now you're pushing forwards towards a common goal. And that might be all we want, and all that we wish the world could be.
What we wish it could be.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She just, like, flipped the switch in these characters' brains that have, like, officially turned them into Xenoblade protagonists.
As soon as we're done here, I'll make for the castle.
What?
The Wold?
You forget, I am the commander. We haven't revolted against our nation, so I have to report in.
Ethel, are you sure?
Oh, don't worry. I'll be leaving you out of it.
That's not it. The consul earlier turned Mobius.
Turned Mobius?
If you mean that monster...
It's Mobin time?
Then why?
I'm
because
sorry.
It's my responsibility to those I command. As for the consul, we can say he died in an accident.
And you can't do it remotely.
Now that the consul and Flameclock are both lost to us, I have to make a report, and not over comms. I have to requisition more supplies, too.
And what if they fit you with a new clock?
I can worry about that then.
Griffin, I wish you wouldn't speak.
Don't get preoccupied with us.
I wish I spoke more.
Keep to your path.
You have no idea how much worse I could be.
Life is short.
And it's a power I want to realize.
Hey, while we're all still here, one more word of warning. The consul was attempting to remove you from the picture. In light of that, you'll likely come up against hostility.
Oh, you think?
You should keep engagement to a minimum. Kevis or Agnes. That goes for both of them.
But if we break their clocks, just like with Colony 4 here, they would... well, they would be free, wouldn't they?
You'd do well to remember not everyone thinks the same as I do. Even within this colony, many still haven't come to accept their new reality. To make things even more fraught, in other colonies, there are those who are more than willing to fight, as you'd expect.
So it's no use appealing to their sense of compassion, or hoping they'll treat us fairly. Is that it?
Yes, precisely. You will change the fate of others just by virtue of coming into contact with them. It's quite the burden. You may not want the responsibility.
A burden, perhaps.
All that said, you get embers on your coat, you have to brush them off. If push comes to shove, do not flinch. Do whatever it takes, for the greater good. I wish you all a smooth and fruitful journey.
And fruity journey. Hey, Riku. I hope Riku got all of that, because he's gonna have his moment where he needs to, like,
Ouroboros, huh?
put this advice into actionable.
If only we could have been there as well.
Weren't you? Oh, I guess, like, to see them for the first time. Unless, you don't think those two are. Wait. You know, I just realized something very strange about this game's character design, and I'll get into it once we're walking, but on course for Sword March. Whoa. The Southeast Road. It's strange to go back to these scenes and suddenly, like, they're not voice acted again anymore. Like, this is how they were. Now that I got like a single taste of, like, wait, these can be voice acted too? It's like weird. But yeah, I was thinking about the character designs in this game, and oh god. Okay. Oh god, the affinity chart. No, thank you. I just want to finish this thought, man. You know, typically, like, the goal of a character design is that, like every choice has, like, a reason behind it, right? Like, it's supposed to inform you something about that character. And, with this, it's tricky to say, because I'm looking at the red pupils on Ethel, right? And I'm trying to unpack, like, okay, what is the symbolism of this? What is this supposed to inform? And I can't figure out, oh, these guys are taking a sip, that's cool. But I don't know. This game, more often than not, seems to prioritize, like, oh, but it's like this other Xenoblade game, get it? And then it kind of just, like, ends there, you know? Like, it's not totally devoid of it, like, oh, I don't know, like, Lance likes to fight, he's like a scrapper, so they made him big and muscular. Okay. But he's also, like, covered in mech-on shit, and there's, like, a ton of, like, little bits of his design that are just about that. And, it's not really, like, been a thing that, like, matters to his character at all. I think it was mentioned last night that everyone just is, like, effectively human, for all intents and purposes. What? What? Huh? Like, I don't know, I wish I had more to say about what it is that I'm, like, looking at here with some of these character designs, but I am suspecting that maybe it just literally doesn't matter. Which would be a shame, because, man, I like characters. I like character art. It's kind of what I do. Whoa, look at the size of this thing.
Here we go, guys.
I'll bother fighting one of them. Man, look at the scale of this view, though. It's, like, very looming, isn't it? Oh, and the little guys? And another big guy? Oh, God. I mean, we're making good time health-wise, though, so it's not too bad. But it could get bad. We're fighting 4 guys at the same time right now? Okay, 1 down. Let's focus up. Yes, Ribby Flats. Yeah, I keep hearing, not specifically about Ruby Flats, but like, oh yeah, if you don't like this one area, you'll like the later stuff a lot. And I'm still waiting for that to happen. I mean, I liked the music here, and it is a better desert area than Mor Ardain. You know, everybody remembers that area because the music kicks ass. That's a fucking awful overworld, I'm sorry to say. It's like vertical. It's a little vertical, I guess. That's about it. The only thing I remember about it is, like, getting lost. I could not figure out how to progress the story for a very long time when I was in Mor Ardain. And I wanted to join in on the other thing. I don't care about the snakes. This is, like, such a tiny one, though, compared to all the other ones that I've seen along the way. This is, like, nothing now. But yeah, I do have to wonder if that, you know, that wow moment that I've come to expect from a Monolith Soft game is on the way yet, you know? I mean, it looks pretty alright from a distance. It's lots of, like, cliffs and waterfalls. And, you know, I'm certainly not against it. Could be cool. Already another strike ready to go? Wow. I guess I'll get this guy in on this. Why not? Like, when I get in on one of these games, the end goal is for me to have my eyes pop out of my fucking skull and to collapse to my knees and start weeping uncontrollably. I want my Satoral Marsh moment. And you know, not like these things ever come that early. Except, Uraya literally is like chapter 2 of Xenoblade 2, so, oops. Maybe they can. The whole time, secretly. Okay, that's just an elite. Go around for now and just pick a side later on.
Thank the flame, I'll finally be free of this Aegis wilderness.
It is called Aegis.
I left something back in the floor, so... gotcha.
What? Who's playing? I'm not. She's not. Who just did that? Where did that come from? Noah? It's a long way to come from. Who will you assist? I have to side with Colony 4? I guess that makes sense. Wait, why did the whole world just turn green? Like on a snap. I've noticed a few moments in this game like that, actually, that have been like, wait, is that, like, supposed to happen? Where there's no, like, transition, it just, like, freaks out. I don't know. There definitely does seem to be a moment or two that I've seen along the way where, like, a little more time in the oven certainly could have gone a long way for things like that. In my barns! God, the sounds that these things make. God, I'm really not used to seeing those things in the field. Least of all, the fact that that's, like, the Noah and Mio one, which is usually the one that I'm, like, a part of. But now that's just, like, somebody else. I don't know that guy. Never met him. Yippee! I'm not good coin!
Pretty good, Ada.
It means there were no holes in my strategy.
And then what? And then it's green again! Why? What under the hood is happening to cause this to the colors? And then it was like just sunset too. The weather is like changing. Like back and forth between cloudy and sunset. I don't understand.
You what?
You what?
I'm already.
I'm convinced that British people don't say this actually. Like it's all just like a big practical joke.
Is this like a rare thing?
Queen's Beans, on the other hand, actually, is 100% serious. Oh. I'll leave you to it.
What you got for me?
And I'll leave the way I came. Wow, I'm like blown away that I got away with that. Like, that is the only reason that they put like a bunch of special guys there. Is that they're like guarding it. And they just don't care. That's cool. Are these two open areas going to connect as well? I'd be into that.
What kind of place is this?
Zem's Crossway. It's gonna be interesting to arrive at a new area at night for once, too. Seems like there actually is quite a bit more of Aegis in the midst of it, though. There's like a cliff area up there. There's like a giant camel. It feels weird when enemies are named this way. When I call it a camel, and it's like, you just tricked me into saying what it's actually called. You're not clever. You think, what is this question mark?
We've never been here.
Explain yourself. Dies Arch?
Tyon?
Yes. I'd really hoped it would turn out to be nothing.
What did I just do?
It seems someone else got here first.
That gear must be a high-rank colony.
I can take him.
Lady Ouroboros, where they stand!
I think I can take
You
you.
try, mate.
Level 23. Oh, maybe not. Maybe if you focus up. And maybe with Ouroboros, maybe with chain attacks. It's maybe doable, but it's gonna be pretty fucking hard, I would imagine. Oh god, Senna's already almost down. That's no good. But this is definitely one of those things where, like, the more you take out, faster, the easier it'll get. And also, there's no reason not to use this shit, too. Man, this shit is really slow, though. I guess there's some AoE stuff. Oh my god. Okay, let's cool off. Wait, are we actually, like, holding our own right now? I don't know. Maybe a little early to say. I thought there were like 3 left. That's not the case yet. It's about to be 3 though. Okay, nice. Who's next? You? Okay, this one's gonna be easy. Wait, shit, I'm almost down. Might be a good time to Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Chain attack's ready to go too. This is doable, we've got a shot. One left, okay. Might not even need to. Wow! I'm gonna be honest, I thought I was like completely fucked. But it's cool that there is just like a slightly, what? A slightly harder thing that you can just like optionally do. And it's got like a special cutscene for it too. Like this took some effort. Oh god, I forgot that I gave him the Monado.
What was that?
Pull back. I don't like our odds. They must be silver rank at least.
Yeah, I noticed last night during the cutscenes, the big one with I Am Meme, that the characters will just switch back to their default classes for these battle scenes. Like they'll still be wearing the clothes, but
Your caution dulls your insights. Your crude fighting wastes almost all your potential.
your potential.
And you, good judgment, but you're a bad quitter. Just as I'd heard, sadly.
Man, it is weird seeing him hold the Monado. If Klonoa was in this, would he wield the Manado? Hey, that's pretty good.
I knew it. Colony Iota.
I've heard about them.
Yeah,
bet you
me
have.
too.
Commander Alexandria's famed for her keen wit.
How dare you take Dame Alex's name in vain, scum!
Oh my, this is like the most hit the gritty voice ever.
I suppose you can prove that?
Well, proving a negative isn't really possible.
Angry fucking British child.
What you think you know isn't the whole truth.
Eat this, sucker!
Excuse me?
Dame Alex!
Senna!
Dame Alex!
So there!
Sorry to go off book on you folks. Snuff.
That's enough. It will suffice for this little trial.
You know, usually they at least bother to use it like in a sentence.
Ouroboros criminals. Those lives will be mine. This I swear.
They're a bunch of morons, just as we'd heard. And rude to boot.
Indeed.
Snuffing
Must make
minging!
for a fun reception. What you think you know is not the whole truth, huh? I do hope you'll tell.
Yeah, she's a cool design. It is a bit
Looks like we
strange
managed to lose them.
that they let me what? Lose them? No, you walked in a straight line. You're still in their line of sight.
What in Her Majesty's ever-loving cheekbones just happened back there?
But like I won the battle, and then it just made me like run away. Like I thought I'd get to unlock a cool area.
Methods were inelegant, to say the least.
It's minging with a soft. I said a soft G.
Inelegant, like war's ever pretty.
They're efficient at stockpiling combat rewards. That's how they managed to climb to silver rank already.
I heard they even share their supplies with other colonies. That seems kind of awesome.
This seems kind of awesome.
Sharing supplies? Why would they do that?
It would prove beneficial in the long term, I think.
Creating debts to strengthen ties with other allied forces does open up your options, insofar as battle tactics are concerned.
And if that leads to better results in combat, you can get your hands on even more goods.
What I'm getting here is that they're trouble.
Yes. And to make matters worse,
I too opened my mouth to its full width to say, huh.
I bet us traders would net them a hefty reward, huh?
You know, P, what are you talking about?
So how about we turn the tables on them? Punch their lights out.
Listen to yourself, you doofus. We're talking silver here, yeah?
well, whatever we choose to do, here's something to bear in mind. Colony Iota's commando group is made up of 4 units. Regardless of the precautions we take, we've a high chance of encountering them. We should consider our approach carefully.
Well, in that case, In terms of sheer power, they're the ones
Hold
with the
on.
advantage.
I'm gonna keep
We should
periodically
avoid
pressing the A button.
confrontation.
I'm gonna grab the fucking the Minjo video, and we're gonna figure this out.
If we could just dismantle those commando units, it would help lower the colony's capabilities.
Okay, well, Yunobi, that's the reverse of what you said.
And it might give us an opening to strike.
Yeah, if it comes to that.
But it basically allows us to avoid fighting as much as possible, right? I like that.
No objections from me either.
Personally, I'd hope we don't even meet them.
I'm like darting back and forth. See if it's like a pause in the sentence or if they're actually done.
I've just started this Calypso. It is fucking minging.
We got new boats on the map.
Minging. Okay. Well, that's not what you said, Yunopi. Well, I said the wrong thing before. Yeah, Minjo. Like the guys in Banjo-Tooie who go, grr. The guys who fucking get you.
On the map.
Look at these little guys. Oh, wait. Oh, this is kind of cozy. Wait, I could, like, fall asleep here, like, right now. I think my dog is a Minjo. Spars bar.
Some relationships changed.
Yeah, I'll say. Let me switch characters for a bit. I've been playing as Tyon for a while.
I see some relations have changed.
Man, I don't want to jump into some fights right away. This feels wrong. I'm here to wander. Oh wait, here are the Armus. I was wondering. We've got to wander away from these guys. This is so fucking loud. I want a stew! Yeah, Minge, this guitar is beautiful. It's pronounced Minge. But Minging is pronounced with the other G sound because I fucking hate the British. Oh. I understand. No. All the little doggies will not eat me alive. Yeah, I can't wait to hear the daytime theme too.
Wrong with some ether.
Mio! No, she's normal. Is that like a cat girl thing? Is she just supposed to do that? Hey, here's a question. How come cat girl ears but no cat girl tail? What's the fucking point? It's like a light over here too. Can you guys keep it down? I think that means it's like a rare resource. Ooh, there's a guy guarding it. Sounds like it's just about hit its loot point, though. Or I don't know, this still kind of sounds like a new section. It's hard to say. Whoa. Hey, Big Daddy. You know I'm gonna have to go over that guy. I'll go to this normal capsule over here first before I... Whoa, and all this over here is accessible too? Well, this place is huge. I thought it was just like this shit on the left. It's like twice the size. Okay. The Armos are friendly. They're just timid little friends. Right? Right?
They're on us.
Oh! This isn't an Armu, it's an Ardoon. How could I be so foolish? So I guess then, That's the disadvantage of chasing after toppling immediately at the start of the battle, because then you're not going to be ready to launch yet. You need to give it some time. Wait, these guys can, like, breathe shit? Since when? This is news to me. No, it feels weird to use that art right now if there's no break. I don't want to, like, be the annoying AI. That's not the point of being able to play as the other characters. This is a relative of Styracosauridae. I will not be taking feedback on how I just said that, by the way. Ooh, rank up. Hey, now we're talking.
Wonder what's inside.
My container. Ooh, there's like an area up all the way up there with like big purple trees. Wonder if that's accessible. It's too unique not to be, right? Alright, well, if I've already started one battle, I will, like, move to destroy them all now. Like, I was trying to, like, stay back to appreciate the music, but if I've interrupted it once, then I can just interrupt it, like, again and forever. That's right, Griffin, you should check out Noah's new class. Noah's got a new class? Is that because of Ethel? Because, she left the team, so I don't have anybody to trade it with. I guess that means that I would have to give up one of the primary classes to achieve it? That was actually a good pronunciation. Fascinating that I can't pronounce the word good, though, without having to stumble my way through it. Yeah, it is because of Ethel. How do I know, again, whether or not a character has, like, maxed out their class rank for the time being? Because I just got, like a class up option. I don't know if I'm ready to do that just yet. Seems like the only reason you'd want to switch it up is when you've fulfilled the end of a path, right?
What you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Yeah, I just want to, like, I want to get everything, like, in the immediate radius of this guy. And then we'll come back around. God. These are the fucking Joker dogs! Like, the exact same palette. You just need to check, really? Oh, okay, but what am I checking for? Because, this is something we were talking about, like, right at the very end of last night's stream, is... I was looking at, like, the class numbers, and there's, like, several letter ranks associated with different proficiencies. So, for Noah as Mio's class, for example, it was, like, ACCA. And it said it was maxed out, but okay, some of these letters are not A, so that means that I'm not maxed out, right? That's what that means. So, by that logic, being maxed out is something the game decides, not something that is, like, easily gleanable. Like, if I can look at it and it's all A's, then I'd be like, okay, I get it now. It's the class rank, it's a big number. Oh. I thought it was the letters. Oh, we all just leveled up to 21, too?
Spectacular. And I was the MVP. You're all thinking...
I'm Potato! They named a fucking Potato? This rules. I'm sorry. Perspicacious Oldar? Hi. Hi, Perspicacious Oldar. Letters are just the features of the class. Okay, so that's like the balance of skills. Like what it's good at and what it's not. Oh my god. This thing is going nuts. Hey, can somebody break already? Hey, wait, I know what I can do about this. First of all, this. Step 1, this. I'm like the only one not taking damage right now. That's gotta change. Okay, so I need to switch to Uni. Stop, stop, stop. Tyon, not right now, not yet. Nowhere near close to a good time. I just need to like buy us some time, you know? Oh my god, look at the rotation! Fucking instant, the motion blur couldn't keep up even. Okay, we're ready. And now, I switch back to Noah. And apparently somebody else did topple, because I sure should. Whoa! Whoa! It's so huge! You cannot rotate an object that large that fast. I'm sorry. It's just not right. It's so wrong, but so right. Oh god. Someone's down. Uni's down? I kind of need a Uni right now. Hey, why don't I do Interlink? Hey, there's an idea. But I guess that means that Mio's not healing anymore. Let me get in the circle here. Let me get in the circle. Circle's a good idea. Yes, I know Chain Attack is ready. I want to overheat this first and get a little bit of extra damage in before this happens. Okay, it's gonna overheat. Okay, the time has come. Okay. I was hoping that they would talk every time you move the cursor. It's not quite there, but it's annoying enough. Yes, this is a good idea. I like her plan. Okay, so attacker, healer, defense. Let's do side attack. That's not a bad idea. Okay, healer. Hey, we'll do one of these. I think everybody could definitely use the help. 93, okay. We'll do... I mean, they're not broken, so... may as well do this. See, but Uni's AI, so somebody else has to be in charge of breaking. I don't know where she is. Okay, reactivation. Nice, nice, nice. Let's do... I'll go with Noah's. Side break? Ugh, she's like kind of at the back. But side break is like still flashing, so it's worth a shot. No, it resisted. Okay. Yeah, we'll do another high aggro. This should work. 56, 56, I mean, how could it not, really? Okay, so if side break doesn't work, we'll just do one of these. Get something for the trouble. Oh, Tyon's gonna be such a huge fucking finisher, dude! Man, look at that. 45,000! I like those numbers. Oh, I'm ready for another one of these, by the way. I guess it is like a dinosaur, isn't it? I always thought of these things as like cows. But cows don't really have legs like this. Oh man. I want to use this special so bad! Oh fuck yes, it worked. Okay, well I'm overheated now, but I'm glad I got that last one in. We'll do one of these. Oh, it's gonna be cutting in so close! For the love of God, somebody break! I mean, Uni's at the right angle. Oh, I gotta get in this. I'll just use it. Fuck it, what? I'll use it, whatever. Oh, so many people just fucking died! I'm stunned! Wait, I was doing good. Someone's healing still. That's not Senna's role, is it? Wait, no, yeah, people are being restored. I guess Senna's a healer. Yeah, the icon next to her. I forgot that I did that. Very fortunate of me, though. That was so close to the brink of defeat. We'll do another one of these. Okay, Senna's down though. Ooh, and Tyon's like busy. No, you snuffing didn't? That's a really good one. I'm a fan. Oh, I overheated anyways. I was trying to like cancel out faster. That I can maybe like salvage that, but kind of just worst of both worlds here. Okay, Senna's down, Mia's down, so no more healing for the rest of the battle. That's not good. Almost up to another chain attack, but man, no, I'm fucked. That's a real shame. Look at how close that got. Oh, I'm all the way back here now. That's your differentiation? Well, I mean, I don't know. It's got other dinosaur features, but it's like cow-shaped.
I guess we should just head to Elsie's spout then. Tyon?
No, I'm not following this advice. I'm going right back to that monster.
Lots of resources on the way, but I'd ask that we keep detours to a minimum.
Detours to a minimum, my ass. I guess the front of a cow doesn't really look like this either. But it, like, eats grass. Oh god, everybody else is stuck behind the rock! Okay, they're catching up. They're getting there. I've never seen them get lost that far away. It was close, yeah, I mean, I was certainly having a worse time with that worm. That's for damn sure. Yeah, I have to wonder if, the character I'm controlling at the moment, being Lance's class, is, like, the best way I can serve the party. Because it seems like you could put this sort of thing on autopilot, and, you know, probably still have a good time. Like, I think the AI could probably handle itself in a situation like this. So, maybe that is gonna be, like, the... Because I kept waiting for the break and the break and the break, and it never came. It's just not... I guess Shulk's class isn't really one you can trust to an AI as reliably. Unless you, like... As the person that's drawing in the aggro, you purposely rotate the enemy to benefit wherever, like, Uni's standing. But that's still not really a great option. I just like to be able to do it. Rabbits eat grass? Yeah, but rabbits... only have 2 legs, not 4. Grass did not exist during the Mesozoic era. Well, they had to have eaten something. Griffin, rabbits have 4 legs. No, they have like... They're known for having 2 really strong hind legs, and then the ones in the front are like, I mean, they walk on them, but they're like basically arms. I don't know if this is necessary for this kind of outrage. Like, they're spiritually arms. You did not just say that, Griffin ellipsis. I'm right! We need to look at pictures of rabbits. Griffin doesn't know what legs are. I can walk on my arms, but they're not as strong as my legs. Oh, I didn't do the thing that I said I would do. Also, I keep treating this like it's a big commitment. I just need to do this, and then I'm there. Now I'm Shulk. It's just that easy. There's probably bunny guys in this field, right? There was like some sort of like yellow dude. We'll get there eventually. We'll have a frame of reference soon enough. Guy who watches Looney Tunes one time and decides he knows everything about rabbit biology. Yeah, I definitely feel more useful in this role. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing as Lambs, to be quite honest.
Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you did.
Yeah, everybody knows that rabbits only have 2 legs because they have 2 really powerful hind legs, and then, well, you don't wear gloves on your feet, so those are definitely like arms, right? Like that's what that's for. Those are like naturally formed. Bugs Bunny did not choose to like slip those on. That's a natural formation. You literally said hind legs. Hind legs require 4 legs to be hind. Hind legs require them to be in the back, which they are. If I got on all 4s, then my legs would become my hind legs. But that's not my primary mode of transportation, so they're not. I think this goes back to the Centuries v. Babies debate. I think if we simply saw the world like me, we'd have a better world. If a lot of people love each other, the world will be a better place to live. No, they'd be your legs! Listen, we're going to see the bunnies, and we'll all have some lessons to learn, I think. Until then, I don't think there's any point. I need to see like a visual bunny or like a bunny-like creature. Oh, fuck yes, dude! So cool. I need to be rotated like that so badly. I need the centripetal force. Is it okay? If you guys are so smart, chat, what's the difference between centrifugal and centripetal? Because I hear people say both, and it's like the same. They like often referring to the same thing, relating to like spinning around a point. There's got to be like a meaningful difference, right? Like that's a thing. Or is it completely meaningless? Oh, I wonder if all the little guys that surrounded that unique monster are back here too. I don't know, seems like being underleveled is not a problem for me right now. Considering that I'm still getting my shit stomped. Like, I'm not even like, what, 2 landmarks into a major area? What the fuck does that have to do with knowing about rabbits? Well, it, like, is a fact. And you guys know facts. Yeah, this is the sort of shit that these party members sit around the table and debate. Noah sits down. Alright, here are the facts. And days of in-game time go by. And nobody gets any sleep. And also, everybody, like, levels down. I'm gonna pick a side with these dudes already. I've had enough of these bang bang. Affinity. Oh, I thought that said a lounge of grass. I'll fuck with the murder of Turkins. We haven't seen Turkins in this game yet. Oh, well, we just sided with them. This is a dragon gas? Oh, these are Ignas! So these are the guys from Satterall Marsh. They're just not in it. Ignas are funny. I like them. Centripetal force is the force towards the center of a curve. Centrifugal force isn't real? Centrifungal is when the gnomes run around a mushroom. That's pretty funny. Igna balls, got him. I guess you did. But at what cost, Jackie? Alternatively, if you're in a rotating frame of reference, centrifugal force is real and centripetal isn't. So they're like for... Okay, so a rotating frame of reference or the force towards a center of a curve. Okay, I think I get it. This would be a good time to come up with, like, 2 different, like, real-world use it in a sentence references to, like, prove that I understand it. Unfortunately, I can't, but I can, like, imagine shapes spinning around in my head, which is good enough for me. That is to say, though, that what these enemies experience when they are physically launched is centrifugal, not centripetal. Yes?
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Hey, let me get this while I'm at it, though. I'm gonna go after the elite monster and then the unique monster, like in that order. I think is the better way to do this. Because I don't know, maybe I'll get some levels. Maybe I'll be level 22 and I'll finally be good enough. I'll be able to live up to something. Clearance value, that was the cost. I love that you can counter arts into a fusion. Or rather, cancel, that is. It's very fun and speedy to do.
Here we go, guys.
Yeah, alright, A. Rogan Ansel. It's over for you. Oh, for a second I thought the battle music wasn't gonna kick in. I was gonna be weirdly okay with it. Oh, this guy's gotta fall to his demise. We gotta topple this thing right fucking now. Oh, well I guess we did. And, it's still not working. Just push it, man! Just walk into it until it falls off, dude! That's all that's necessary. Man, that's a shame. Could have been great, could have been beautiful. Oh god, Senna's down? Man, I'm just still thinking about that one encounter. Whoa! So close. That one encounter where, like, everybody, like, fell off of a cliff, and we were, like, fighting it through the floor. That was kind of weird, wasn't it? What is happening with Senna right now? Okay, example. A satellite orbiting the Earth is being pulled towards the Earth by gravity. Gravity is the centripetal force causing the revolution. Without the force, the satellite would shoot into space. Oh, so it's like centrifugal is like when you're being pushed away, and centripetal is when you're being pulled in? Okay, well, I think the launch is still an example of centrifugal, though, because its blood is going to rush away from the center of its body when it gets spun like that. No? Where's it going?
I'll get you ship-shape in no time. So how are you lying down?
This is way too far to, like, do anything about. Come on. This is cheeky. I can't do anything. I can't auto-attack.
I'll be right there.
Oh, God. This is gonna kill us! Oh, I haven't used this form yet, by the way. Oh, wait, no, it's back. It's back. I'm normal now.
Hold on. I'll be right there.
No, centrifugal is not real. What do you mean it's not real? Centripetal is the force pulling in, causing the revolution. There's... Oh, a satellite... Gravity... Okay. So that only is the definition of centripetal. And then... I need to, like, scroll up. No, the explanation for centrifugal has always been it's not real. Which doesn't really help.
Here we go, guys.
I'll follow your lead.
Uppercut. Big impact. I'll draw them.
If it's not real, then why do we have a name for it? Is it like some heliocentric shit? Where like we thought that this is like the way the world worked, and then it just like is like an outdated term? Like, why does the word exist at all if it doesn't describe what it is meant to describe? Centipedal is when centipede. Hey, remember that gem from Steven Universe? That thing's cool. That's a cool creature. Stop. Stop. I don't even need to go that way anyways. I think it might be time to take another crack at this thing. I really think so. I think today's the day. It is very funny that no matter what character you're playing as, what class they are, everybody who uses Noah's moveset, they all sound like they're saying egg thrust. Also, wait a second, I just got a really good idea. Notice that the chain attack gauge is already halfway full. I can bring that over to this guy, and then big things will happen. I'll be able to, like, get my fusions ready to go too. Yeah, this is like a walk in the park. Everybody's health is doing good. I'll get him real low, leave him be, and then piss this thing off. I'm sorry, did somebody say hazy finger? Yeah, okay, it's dead. Look at that, 2/3 of the gauge filled. Fusion air slash ready to go. With the fusion side break not far behind. This is a great thing to bring to the menu. We have a name for it because it's a useful concept in a specific context, but the force itself isn't real, it's just a math reframing for rotation math purposes. I guess I may as well spend this right away too. Everyone else seems to be doing this. Maybe I'll scoot over here to hang out with these guys too. There's like some healing stuff that's like involved. Yeah, like this. That's cool. Okay, we're gonna overheat though. This is the tricky thing about these healing and evasion circles, though, is that this enemy is so big that it's tricky to like lay down the room that you need for it. Okay, we gotta use this shit right away. Also, I waited way too long last time.
How's this for a plan? Observe my strategy. I've got an idea.
Yeah, I like hers. Mio always brings good shit to the table. Not rear aligned, unfortunately. We'll use a daze on her and a heal on Senna. Final answer. And then that should like just barely get us to 100. Oh, actually with plenty to spare. No, we're fine. Better way of saying it is centripetal is the inward force that exists and causes revolution. Centrifugal is, hey, it's useful to put a minus in front of centripetal for some situations, so let's name it. It's not actually a force acting on a system. Okay. Oh yeah, we're good to go on this one. We're getting some good numbers on this one. Also, alignment doesn't matter during chain attacks. It is if you want to break and topple. When I eventually luck into getting it right, you'll see. Okay, this should just be enough. No, I'm telling you it'll break regardless. But it resisted! And I used like a front attack on Tyon, and then it also said resisted because I used a front attack on the side. So it's wrong. Unique enemies just generally have a better chance to resist? Okay. But, like, it helps, right? Because chain attacks have traditionally been able to, like, penetrate, break, topple, resist in other situations. Oh! Man, that shit's rough! Senna, what are you doing so far away from the action here? Oh, I guess because I can be too. It's probably a good time for me to interlink too, actually. Okay, I probably have room for one more. Yeah, well, this game is different, but I don't like different. Oh, hey, there's a thing here. Let me get in on this. Okay, that was ridiculously helpful. I'd be dead without that thing. I'm almost ready for a second chain attack, too. Oh, like, extremely ready, though. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Someone's gotta revive you. And then when that happens, I'll fire it up. And I'll be standing here on purpose when I start it. Okay, so we're starting with an attacker. I'm gonna use a side break. Oh, no, it still says no effect. The thing that I'm noticing about me is that I love to prove things and then fail to prove them. It's very becoming. It's different. I should hope so. I can, like, see the end of the tunnel on this health, but it's gonna take some doing. Okay, but I am gonna do it again, though. Wait, no, it worked this time! See, and now it's gonna be so cool when it's toppled, and I just have that. Well, now I don't have Noah anymore, and he's responsible for that, so whatever. He might come back later. There's the point limit. Oh, Tyon's gonna go crazy with this shit, dude. But it's daytime. Wait, it's daytime! I haven't even heard the normal theme yet. No, we reactivated Uni, not Noah, so we're not gonna get that topple. But the break state should still be enabled after the fact, right? During chain attack? No. You don't want to fire this off at the beginning, if at all.
How about something like this?
I guess I'll re-break, why not? Overkill? I don't know what that means, but it looked cool. Jeez. Damn right I leveled up.
Something so valuable here.
Good riddance. I hate cows. I'm sorry, Asker. Don't tell Asker I said this. Wait, it's so peaceful.
Do exactly as I say.
The himbos are frolicking freely. Oh, it's sunset already! Man, I was in the mood for some good sweeping, though. Some good sweeping music. Well, it's like Tyon said, though. No more detours. No, I do need to look towards that sunset, though, because it is, like, beautiful. Oh, they saw that I killed Big Daddy, and they're not happy about it. Since when were Armus this aggressive? Everything has been, like, so frustratingly, actually, like, non-aggressive. And then of all things, these are the guys that, like, decide to get pissed off at the slightest hint of movement. You should have wished I wouldn't know you said that. Hey, can you milk a dinosaur? Do cows lay eggs? Well, I guess we're back to the nighttime theme, like it or not.
It's already getting dark.
What? Oh, this nonsense. I guess. Small nut? I really like that it's spelt like walnut. That's good. No spoils. I guess I'll pick the stronger. Who will you assist, though? I'll help the little guy.
Here we go, guys.
I'll follow your lead.
I'm not blessing you? Good! I don't want your blessings! What the fuck?
Thanks for the support.
You wanna play? Butterfly, take the enemies to me.
Smooth as always, Noah. I'm gonna give it a swing of it.
Hey, so, I was making some clips earlier of this here Xenoblade 3 playthrough, and I noticed something very important. Is that we've all been focusing on spark this and snuff that. But crucially... oh, there's like an invisible wall, I guess. Although it is actually quite visible on further observation. There's another swear that they said once at the beginning of the game, and then they never said it again. And it's flickering. They say flickering instead of fucking. Like, what happened to flickering? What the flick? Like, that's pretty, like, phonetically close to fuck. It's the closest they've got.
Here we go, guys.
I don't see why they don't use that more often. I've got to, like, write down a full list of them and like study them, you know? Until they come so naturally to me that I forget what real swearing is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do seem to be, like, perpetually, like, 3 to 4 levels above the normal guys around here, but if the unique monsters are looking like that, you know, I wouldn't mind taking some time to, like, soak in this area a little more thoroughly. Especially with all this going on in the distance. Like, there's a lot of guys to find. Fucking Relief Bean. Oh, I'm gonna snuffing spark, dude! Oh!
Here we go, guys.
I'm gonna sparking snuff!
Come here. I got something for you. You're on fire. I'll draw them.
She flick my shit. She snuffs my shit until I flick and spark. This is awful. What an awful exercise I'm doing right now. Call me Flames the way she flicker my snuff. Man, I can't get over the bucking. It's profoundly loud, is the words I'll use to describe it. Oh, there's a campsite here.
What's around here?
We're at Lynn Nidweir.
Anyone feel
Kind
like
of
taking a break?
Nidweird.
No,
Yeah, we'll rest up.
quite on
We'll
empty
rest up.
batteries.
We can discuss. Damn right, there's nothing to discuss. Craft gems following formulas. Oh, yeah, I have okay, shortens auto attack intervals. That's kind of cool. Oh, and I can get like level 2 of that. Or, like upgrade an existing thing. Increases max HP though. That's hot. And you can craft with coins too, I guess. I haven't really had much purpose for currency thus far. It's an interesting thought to think about. Or you can jump straight to 2 if you've got the necessary stuff. Yeah. That's pretty good too. That's even better.
It's done.
Want to try it out?
Oh yeah, the fact that you don't have to watch that animation every time is like miraculous.
Get it equipped.
Want to try it out?
Okay. I guess increases attack isn't so bad either. I'm gonna wait out on this one though. I'm gonna wait until I get that elegant Ansel feather. That shouldn't be too hard to get a hold of, and then I'll get one of those. Because I do have that second gem slot. I'm not doing anything with it right now, but it can come in handy. It is gonna be a little bit annoying that I'm gonna have to like every time I swap the classes, which the game seems to want me to be doing pretty frequently. I'll just have to like reassign the gems as well, but that's fine.
Much better.
Uni, I do not want your opinion on this.
Alright, everyone. Time to head out.
Mimu?
We got new folks on the map.
Oh, I thought I could, like, shop here. Okay. Maybe I'll swim around. Maybe there are some valuable gem crafting resources in this very water. You can auto-assign gems. On what criteria does it auto-assign? So, for example, I thought that the green stuff that I just crafted looks pretty handy. I like those. So does that mean that because right now Senna and Mio are my healing units, that it'll automatically be assigned to those two? Like it's class-based, or is it just like matching the colors? Because that's what I'd like it to do, but I suspect it's not what it will do.
Alright, let's do it.
But who knows? So far this game has been like refreshingly and surprisingly like very streamlined. So maybe I just gotta get used to it being like user-friendly for once in my life.
Shall we deal with this?
Oh, okay. I'm beginning to piece together how that guy came to be. How he got in that situation.
Leave the enemies to me. Looking good, Noah. Switch. Uppercut slash. You want to play? Butterfly blade.
We have superiority. Big impact.
Why? Man, butterfly blade.
Cannon.
Probably a little unnecessary, all things considered. Because now everybody's just spent their arts for that sequence. We got a full health guy still ready to go. Damn, that's some really good damage right there. I don't even need it. I don't even need it.
I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Mallow the Marsh. Jesus Christ. They know no bounds. Yeah. So you can't auto-progress this, though. This is just kind of a thing that does its own pace. Yeah, okay. That's just a tutorial in disguise. You want me to discuss this around the campfire? I'm like, yeah, I heard this interesting thing today. Everyone's like, yeah, we know.
Oh yeah, we were gonna talk about that thing.
Oh, God. Alright, at least I get experience for it.
Right then.
But the actual act that I performed feels very useless to me. Because I have to imagine that the intended feeling of doing those is like, oh yeah, I heard like these whispers on the wind about like maybe this interesting thing that you wouldn't have known about otherwise. Do you guys want to like check that out in a little more detail, and then we get to like figure out what to do from there? I don't know. Doesn't really matter if we're just following a dead end that's just like some party banter. It's like, hey, do you want to talk about this? And Riku's like, no, I don't actually. I'm really upset that you offered at even. Neat. Hey, here's a thought, though. Another rank up. Okay, so clearly I'm not maxed out then, but let me go back to that camp like one more time here, because what's the level gauge looking like right now? Let me check the party. Where's experience? Everything's like very like monochromatic. I know to look for green usually, but okay, there it is. It's Noah. Yeah, so these guys just hit 22. This is exactly what I wanted. So, if I go to the campfire, and now I use my bonus XP, then we'll all be at 23, and also our experience will be, like, lockstep, right? Because that's what I've been trying to chase after this whole time. It's been very fleeting thus far. I can go to 24 even. 23 is a fair balance though. 23 for now, and then we can decide on 24 if it's like necessary. Yeah, look at that. That's beautiful. I finally never have to worry about this again. And the rest of these enemies are still in the high teens, too. So this gives us, like, a great advantage. Certainly, no more Armu situations to speak of.
Next on the list is...
Or just autosaves, too. I was about to be like, oh no! Like, freak out and, redo the campfire thing so I could just, like, manually save. That's cool. I haven't, like, usually, like, been ready to trust it, but it seems like it knows its stuff. Alright, well, I think it's finally time we head uphill.
Well, we've been
Oh, okay. If you want. Oh, I didn't put on those new gems. I knew I was missing something. Damn, that guy went down crazy fast, though. I feel good about that. Okay, characters. Whoa! Look at all these silhouettes. Interesting. I'm a little worried about what this looks like. Oh my god, there's like a preview. You can dress her like a Nopon? Oh no. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Okay, but I don't want to be on the class menu. I want to go to the gems menu. The gemu, if you will. I'm trying to think which is better for who. I think with how often people die, I could just assign both of these to both of my healers. Maybe. Because, I think Yunie's a slightly better healer in terms of, like, the range of things than Taion is, but I never play as the classes, so all I know is just, like, third-party observation rather than, like, actual first-hand knowledge. Yeah, I'll get on this, too. There we go.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking...
Of what? The menu? Oh, I guess we did just, like, kill a wolf and then I pop. I'm sorry, that's not... No, I'm sorry. I thought that's at, like, level 200. Like, why is that, like, a less red number than 50? No, we're gonna have to find our way around this thing, then. We're gonna play it safe. These rocks look like they provide some good cover, though. It's like a nice little space right in between these guys. Oh, are these the bunnies? No, these are armadillos. These are just yellow Ordo Grebels. The other one was a Adam Grebel, or is it Agam Grebel? It's like Adam, but with like one letter removed, and I forget which it is. Oh, that thing's getting way too... Guys, run! Cancel. Leave. I do not like the looks of that. I mean, this looks like a safe distance, maybe. But no, this guy's approaching too. I don't know if we're really gonna have the time. Unless I do this shit. Whoa, wreck him! Such a ridiculous over-the-top animation. Hey, careful where you point that thing. I don't want to accidentally hit this dino. Watch it, dude! It's very imprecise. Fuck the goddamn Spyro sound! It's been a stream or two, kinda forgot. Level 18? Where? No, not right now, man. Unless you want to, like, follow us here, in which case I'm more willing to oblige. Hey, I'll do some more of that area of effect stuff on these guys right now, though. God, these things are way too close, even still up this hill. I gotta, like, watch behind me whenever I pull that shit. Wait, someone's down? It was Mio. I'm really still not used to seeing other party members pull this shit, though. I just see like this big purple guy lumbering around, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? He's about to kick my ass. I'm like, wait, he's on my side. He's on my team. No, this one's getting too close. Okay, come on. Oh no, this guy already turned around. It's no biggie. I would like to get the fuck off of this hill already, though. Seems like starting with this is always like a good idea, though, right? Like, why not, basically?
Leave the enemies to me.
Smooth as always, Noah.
White slam. Fire! There's spark in me yet.
Quit being an idiot.
There's spark in me yet. So there's fuck in me yet. I understand. It is interesting to think about, though, that with some of these Ouroboroses, what is this hill that I'm cresting over? Look at all the life teeming here. Oh, those are the bunnies. There could be more than one yellow thing on the map. This conversation is about to come back in full force.
This was a nice find.
But I really don't see any way that I'm going to be able to use like Lanz's special the way it stands right now. But I guess when I upgrade them more, then I'll get access to that like later down the road. And you know, usually I'm not cool with shit being held back, but you know, it's less of something that like the game is deciding arbitrarily and more like just something that I get to earn. So that's kind of neat. Also, this daytime music. Come on now. This is just really sweet. Sweet has been the word of the night, it seems, when it comes to the new music I've encountered so far. So what happens then if I go back to the Aegis Wastes and I find a body and I send it off there? Because there's no flame clock there anymore. Like these guys, I guess, are getting flamed up.
Here we go.
Hi, Bob Isle Brog.
Usual, Noah.
Killy Fours.
Fireland, no chance.
Looking good, Noah.
See, this is like, this frog has an arm though, right? Because that's an elbow, not a knee. This is what I'm trying to get at. And I understand frogs are not rabbits, but I think this is a helpful midpoint to explain what I'm trying to say. Oh, what were those horrible slime noises it made with its back turned? Those are all legs. That is a hand! It's got a fucking thumb and it's got 3 fingers. And it has an elbow that points the way up a real arm does. It's not a knee. If it is, it's backwards. And I guess knees can be backwards, but it's got a hand on it. I mean, this guy's a jumper, you can tell. Those are toes? No, it has a thumb! That's opposable!
Let's go.
Man, I just really like to enjoy the view of these more distant areas, though. Watching the clouds roll by. It's ridiculously scenic. Griffin, have you never seen a non-human animal's foot? I've seen my dog's foot, and it don't look like that. This flute kicking in now is really nice too. Alright, well it's time to finally confront our fear. This is looking... The closer I get to this, the less rabbit-like it's beginning to look. The ears is kind of the only thing. I guess they were bunnets near the start. Oh no! Look at the little eyes! The big nose? Look at like the fluff on this thing too. They got some like Shadow of the Colossus for like that looks ridiculously fuzzy. He's like a smiler too. And they're not aggressive? They've got noses like Garo Keaton does. Look at that. Look at the fluff. Look at the fuzz. Griffin looking at monkeys like they have 4 hands. I literally will say this. Monkeys have hands for feet. Oh my god, the animations. Lazy Sway. These guys are so funny. These things rule. Oh, why do they make the same noises though? They don't have to make the Spyro noises anymore. We moved past the need for Spyro noises. I feel bad that I gotta take these guys out. These guys are so cool. Even when it's down on the ground, we're all like ganging up on it and like kicking it to death. Still got a smile on its face.
Not liking the look of that sky.
I can't wait to... The sky? Oh, because it's about to rain. Look at that. But I can't wait until we find like a... not an alpha, that's like a Pokemon term. A unique monster version of that thing. It's gonna be really big and freaky. Yeah, I was wondering. This kind of looks like one of these encounters to me. Alright. Wait, I actually get to choose now. These are the lower level guys, and they don't give me Nopon coins, so I guess I love Kebis now. Wait, no, I've always loved Kebis. Agnes is the guys I've never been like on the side of thus far. Although it will be cool to get to that part of the game, because bizarrely enough, despite having the Xenoblade 2 aesthetic, which should like scream the fact that it's like the ugliest thing I've ever laid eyes upon, the very little that they've like teased so far, I mean, they don't really resemble Xenoblade 2, even though they are like the 2 faction. But it is cool nonetheless. I guess with like Kevesi, it's like this is mostly stuff that I've seen already. And it's kind of like meant to be like a little drab, you know? A little drab, a little cold. But it'll be really cool to just like step into one of those colonies and then be kind of like immersed in that aesthetic.
Did you see me in action, Mimi?
What? Who?
You look great.
I can't answer those all at once. I'm only one person. Whoa. Look at that fancy thing in the distance. There was something else, right? There was a body I wanted to check out. I'll see if I can weave this, though. I don't know if the next few battles are going to be that necessary. You know, I could, like, skip a few and, like, it wouldn't hurt, you know? But I guess I'm doing this anyways. There we go.
Noah. Lance wants something a bit meatier. May you sleep peacefully.
I like seeing these guys hang out in numbers. near the shore. I think that's really nice. Oh, it's really coming down. Guys, this is like that time that I mowed the lawn. Have I mentioned this, by the way? That I've been doing that lately to earn some extra money on the side. And it started to rain, and I'm like, fuck this. I'm getting it done now, or I'm getting it done never. So it started like thundering like this, and I was still out there in the rain mowing the lawn. And I've never heard of such a thing. And I did feel like a crazy person doing it.
This is our first time here, isn't it?
Maglia Lake. Maglia Lakelia. Probably also not a good idea to be swimming around in a body of water in this kind of weather either. If you did the shit in Breath of the Wild, they would wring your neck instantly. You wouldn't last a minute. We should feed that hungry, starving nup on some poison ivy, I think. Is a pineapple sufficiently wet? Do you need wet food or creepy food? There we go. I love pissing off so many of these at the same time. The rolling is so funny. There's like so many activities these things can do. I love me a creature full of activities. Jeez. Get like rotated for 2 seconds and then got sent flying. I'm so hungry for hurt that it didn't even matter that seeing these things rotate would bring me so much joy. It just mattered that I killed it as fast as I could. That's what I like to see.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Let's see. So, I'm like way out of the way of what I actually need to be doing right now. This is good rain sounds, though. This is just... Speaking of this nighttime theme, this is a place I'd want to fall asleep. The rain and thunder noises really help this, I think. At least we're on cozy here. What was that? A fossil? I just pulled a fossil out of the wall? Fascinating. Wait, there's question marks here. If I stand right here... Oh, I guess the question mark is like above me. I think that's more of those like Agnes encounters that I found. I'll leave these two alone. They're just enjoying a romantic stroll around town. And everybody else is dead, so you know.
Starting to get real hungry now.
Same here. I could eat a triple helping of Manana's cooking right about now.
Sorry guys, you're only ever going to eat one meal for the duration of the entire game. I do not plan on doing that again. This is so ridiculously overkill. It's very strange to think that you can just use this sort of thing in like in normal combat encounters, because why would you ever not? You get access to double the arts, and maybe they're a little slow maybe, but gets the job done. Oh, I meant diffusion there. That's better.
Come after me, and that's what you get.
It has been, I will say, a bit much of Lands as of late. Admiring looking at him as much as I do. I might switch to Uni for a little bit, I think. Just for the sake of combat, even if I do have to withstand the horrible cat vomiting, jumping noises. Oh, wait! This is where it was meant to be. So this wasn't a detour at all, actually. Over there! Oh, a campsite. Cool. Uh-oh. I guess this is why everybody was talking about being hungry earlier. But when are they going to bathe again?
Meanies. What was that, Senna?
You can't just drop that shit like that.
Thinking. Those guys are so selfish.
You can't just announce meanies.
You know what I mean. Every time we interlink, they're the ones taking the lead. And me, all I do is watch.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Tell me you don't think so too.
Maybe not selfish, but like, hey, why didn't you move that way? And stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, right?
So you'd prefer to take the reins?
I just want to do more. Like, pull my weight. You know?
That's so you, Senna. I think it's probably fine, though.
Wait, what?
They're just being protective, I think.
No, give them a chance. Why are we making excuses?
I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure we'll get our turn.
This is really funny.
Yeah, positive.
Why even bother having this conversation? I mean, maybe there's a chance it will happen later. But what a weird excuse that, like, I'm unhappy with the current situation, but we should do nothing about it and wait for things to get better. Like, you're not even, like, talking to them about it. Like communicating your needs? What a dogshit way to... What? To live life? Oh, it's one of these. A supply drop. Yeah, I'll go after one of those.
Never a dull moment, eh?
After, of course, taking these for a spin. Yeah, it really does feel better to be using these arts effectively, because none of them are, like, angle dependent. I can be, like, just really on top of everything that I need to be when I'm playing this style. Like, I do feel as though the battles are going faster. Did the battle just restart? My gauge got, like, reset. Like, can be like very proactive with these arts. Alright, other one's down. Wait, how come she doesn't have the Monado? And neither does Noah. What exactly is it that I equipped for the purposes of overworld play? I guess it only works if Noah is specifically this class and not anything else. It's really not time for the big guns, actually. You can put that away again.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Like, the only time it showed up was during that cutscene. And cutscenes is kind of the one time where I don't want to see it, because that, like, matters. I don't really care that passionately about whether or not it shows up during gameplay. Like, it makes sense for that to be, like, a fun thing. Also, I'm sorry, Munchie Grub. Jalapenoki. Okay, so we don't have a unique monster version of the Papilicos yet. But we do have an elite, so it is a start. Okay, these things are going a little too fast, actually, to get some more in on this. Not that one. I'm sorry. What's Biggest Darbus? Biggest Darbus. That's so funny. I love Biggest Darbus.
And I was the MVP.
Oh, it would have been nice to roll that encounter into the elite one.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Yeah, look at the size of this guy.
Cheers, you're a gem.
People will say shit like capybaras are this size in real life, and I will not believe them. And then I'll look it up and it's true. I guess the running theme of this stream seems to just be Griffin doesn't understand things about animals. This animal is definitely not normal size. That's for damn sure. Is there even a way on top of this rock here? Oh yeah, there is.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Lance, why is it that you've suddenly gotten this into saying it? I'm sorry, Tooth Clover? That's a little bit indulgent, even for Xenoblade. Griffin Animal Facts. Yeah, you'll learn about a whole separate world that definitely exists. Yeah, I should write this all down. This is what Uni says when she learns about Griffin's Animal Kingdom. Because there's so much to learn in my world. Sleepy Clover? What is happening to these names? This is very dangerous, but I want the ether so bad.
I'll just soak all this up.
20, nice. I haven't actually found any other like places for like an ether deposit. Oh god. The only way out of this is to make Uni jump. It's like the last thing that I could possibly need. I mean, this end of the rock is like slightly lower, but she really just doesn't seem to be a fan. I mean, maybe if I like worm my way around between the tree and the rock. Okay, okay, okay. That's fine. And the supplies look like they're still there, but I have to go around this hill to get to it. Yeah. Man, it's crazy that after all we've traversed tonight, you can still see Colony 4 from all the way out here. Saying alternative zoology, like people who believe in water memory describe it as alternative medicine. Holistic zoology.
Let's get it done snappy.
I don't think we'll run into any.
I mean, here's the way I see it, is that animals are still animals no matter what. What's being debated here is the tools that we use to describe them. And what I'm saying is that, like, the tools are wrong. The tools do not befit the vibes. In the same way, an Ardun has cow vibes. Quite critically, of course, we are also talking about animals that aren't real, and this includes bunnies.
Let's give him the usual, Noah. Overfall.
So what is elite about this guy? Aren't these usually the size that Grebels are? To be fair, I agree with the cow vibes. Oh, thank you, Femi. This means a lot to me. Oh god. Did that just cancel my fusion? Cringe. Hazy Finger? I really don't know what that art is supposed to be, but that's what I keep hearing it as. Walter. Walter! I want more. More Grebels. I need these guys to snuff my shit so bad. They got like big ass mosquito mouths. I mean, what else are they for? Yes! The per object motion blur really does go such a long way in selling the movement of these fucking things. It's great. Hey, there's the main one down. Oh, that's some great damage too. Look at that. That's better. Oh no, my items! Oh, the weather's rainy again.
Is this like a rare thing?
Good question. Chrysanthemany? Man, I'm sorry. I just still like to soak in all that we've come through so far. Oh, there aren't even any enemies guarding it this time either. Cool.
Uni, take that then.
Okay.
It's a massive chest for like 5 things. Oh wait, I might be going a little too far now. Because that quest marker is like behind me. And I might need to come here like on purpose later? I don't know. I'll keep going a little further in this direction and see what I wind up finding. Because sometimes you do just find dead ends when you travel paths that aren't for the main story. So like, eventually it'll force me to go back around, yes? There's like another guy nearby, right? Yeah. I'll get these guys roped in too. Oh, never mind. Hey, rank up though, that's hot. Such a funny noise. Like, it's not even close to like something an animal would make. It's just a huge ear blast. It certainly sounds like 6 guys getting hit on the same frame, and the resulting sound being way too loud. Deflected? Like, what is that? It's like keys jingling at maximum volume. Please try and kill me.
I'd say we were moving in sync, right, Tyon?
I mean, I'm leaving a lot of items on the table here by wandering this far away. Because then they kill the guy and I don't go back to them in time. Oh my, there is like a lot of these, huh? I thought I was like kind of cresting the top of a hill. Shikasaka Mesa. Oh shit, there's another elite up here. I can probably like take it though. Level 19. It's probably doable. Guys, have I ever told you about the time I got in trouble for using the word Mesa? I think we had an assignment in the computer lab to learn how to use like different Google services, like Google Docs and whatever. And oh, this is like a shortcut, right? Oh, it's the top of a zip line that I can't use. I sure hope I find a cutscene where I learn how to do it, though. And so you were basically meant to make like a blog, right? That was one of the assignments, one of the things that you would learn. And I made like a review website for like different Roblox games. Jeez, it's so loud! And I remember a couple of these that I reviewed. I remember I reviewed, I think, Audi 80's Wipeout Obby. I think I reviewed Roblox Adventure 2. And I reviewed Snake Pillar. Which is actually... Snake Pillar was fucking insane for the time, by the way. Can we just talk about that? How did they do that at that time? I still don't understand how they accomplished it. Because that was like before like Roblox had like a proper animation system. All that shit had to be done like by hand. It's unbelievable. but in my Roblox Adventure 2 review, I used the word mesa to describe some of the, whoa-wee! Some of the places you get to go. And my teacher was like, convinced that I plagiarized these reviews. Because she's like, there's no way you know what the word mesa means. And like, yeah, well, look, this is a mesa. And I, to this day, suspect that I did not get as good of a grade as I deserved. Because I could not... I guess I couldn't prove that I didn't plagiarize it? I guess this is the other side of the coin, when you rely on vibes and not facts to come to conclusions. I have to say, it is... Oh wait, I have a change attack available to me. It is a little strange that, yeah, we'll start with this. That this guy is, like, much easier than the other, unique monster that I found. Which is also, like, of an Armu. Like, you think the harder guy would come later. Also, Straxos, thank you for the sub. Subbed for as long as this playthrough is gonna take. Oh, so what, 49 months you think it's gonna take? I don't have that long to live, guys. I really don't. It's gonna take us to 95. I can probably swing it. Oh, yeah. Plenty to spare. So is it, like, possible to get something that's, like, better than cool? Like, a good or a great? Like, where does cool land on the spectrum here? 50, jeez. I'll save that for third wave. We'll do backslash. And then... Uni... I mean, health is, like, okay. I'll do overfall. And then Noah, that'll take us to 94, and then, without a doubt, I'll probably get like some extra that'll push me over the edge. Okay, phew. It's a little risky. Yup, reactivation. This might be the finisher. 46 and 50, I can probably get to the end. Yeah, so what is overkill? Because it's a cool thing to call something. I guess it means, like, you've reduced the HP to 0, but you can, like, keep going, I guess? I don't know. Maybe it's like you get better, like, rewards or, like, better drops? That could be. Okay, so it does seem like I'm coming up upon a dead end, though. That the unique monster is the thing that there was to find. And maybe a capsule and an elite, but, you know, I already fought an elite one of you, so I don't care that passionately. Which means that before long I get to return to the main story.
It'd be rude not to.
All the while, exploring the area exactly as thoroughly as it ought to be. Man, this shit really is so cozy. I don't have a better word for it.
Is this, like, a rare thing?
Like, if these characters would shut the fuck up, I really do feel like I'm being, like, tucked in by Xenoblade Chronicles 3 right now. Speaking of, what is the uptime so far? 3 hours 16. Okay, so we're coming up on it, but certainly plenty of time to. Whoa, that is not the way I came. Jeez. Wait a second though. There's like a. If I keep going here, it says there's a ramp apparently. I guess that describes this, but there's no way I can climb from that. I don't know what this game is thinking. This does not look like a spiral mountain to me. But the map makes it look so climbable. I feel like deceived. Unless I approach it from this side and it's somehow different. No, definitely not. I wonder why it looks like that then. Yeah, I don't even need to go sniff mode. That shit could not be clearer.
Something so valuable here.
Fleeting plum. Doesn't seem too fleeting to me, considering I got it. They really can't be calling shit Fleepy. I don't know what this motif is, where like so many of these item names have like lisps. I don't know what started it, but I'm finishing it. Oil Oyster. Yeah, I remember that zone from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Hey, speaking of, that Sonic Origins finally got patched. I heard a lot about how that game had like a really like ridiculously, inexcusably sloppy launch, and they like weren't going to let the devs patch it. But the situation got so bad that they eventually is like, yeah, okay, we'll let them patch it.
So much to see.
And apparently this went live not too long ago. So, whenever Xenoblade 3 is done with, I think I know what I'll be coming back to. Which is to say, I'll actually be playing Sonic Frontiers, because this is probably going to take that long. But, I did, like, preload that shit. I'm like, oh, I'm so excited to play Classic Sonic. And everyone's saying, like, oh god, whatever you do, don't buy this. I'm like, uh-oh. But it's cool to know that I, you know, own a playable game now. That is eventually what I paid for, as opposed to worthless digital garbage. So that's cool. Wait, the Igno Viaduct, does that mean that there's got to be a lot of those, like, lizard guys hanging out? Oh, look! This is what feeds the little, I don't know what is the scale of a lake versus a pond? I think it was literally called a lake on the map, so we'll call it a lake here. The waterfall up there is what feeds the lake below. That's neat. We're gonna, like, get to go to both places. Wait, so if that's Colony 4 there, then what's all this glowy shit there? That was like on the road where those I don't know if you would call them heroes, but where the Agnes forces kind of like stopped us. We met those like strange characters. I wonder if that's a place we've just never been. It's cool.
Sweet, let's poke around.
Caitlin Drum. I don't think I will, because I should be going this way instead. Teslan Skeeters. Is it strange? Are we gonna learn how to climb Red?
Elsie Spout is just a hop, skip, and a jump away.
I really hope we learn how to climb Red.
Cliff. I mean, Lance and Senna can climb.
But there is a lot of like recolored enemies, and we're only in like the third area. I have to wonder what this bodes for the rest of the game. I mean, there's like a fair enough balance with new stuff, but I don't think it's usually typical of the Xenoblade series, is it?
Probably shouldn't be climbing up this one, huh?
Yes, you should. Shut up, you should.
Told us to take, no question.
Well, I guess that
Learn to
means
climb. Now.
we'll just, have to keep going then.
Yep. Huh? Wait a second, who?
Hey, Valdi, where are you?
Huh? Outside the colony?
Well, yeah, I know that. It's bad. The consul's searching for you.
Gotcha. Just make up something.
Sorry, make up.
Let's look for a place we can climb from. I'll take a look round here.
Okay, I'll check out over here.
There's vines, though. Guys, just climb the red. I'm begging you. These guys are gonna have to be held at gunpoint. Banana! Is that literally what's gonna happen?
Ouroboros, fight me!
No, it's gonna be a battle, I guess. Maybe you'll teach us how to after we kill Banana? What?
That was close call. Almost flattened like buttery pancake.
Ah, sorry.
What?
Apology grudgingly accepted.
Hey, are you Ouroboros too?
This is a good question, and I do need it answered now.
It's just banana.
Okay.
Ah, that's a relief. I really didn't want to have to fight a Nopon. Oh, Valdi, by the way, if I may.
Is this...
What are you guys doing?
Woohoo! That was awesome!
That was totally wicked!
Come on, bring it!
You can't beat me.
This
Here
is
I come.
this is a very weird scene. Oh, it's a hero quest. Level 21. No, we'll take the Mechanon first. So, what's the whole bit about, like, these guys' armor can't be damaged without specifically the Monado? That's just not true anymore. They just retconned that, huh? That's why you need the Shulk amiibo! You're not allowed to fight these guys unless you buy the fucking 2015 Smash Bros. For Wii U accessory. Technical heal? That's how you can tell this guy really loves gadgets, because he doesn't just heal, he technical heals. Okay, that's more like it. That's more like it. Okay, there's one down. I was a little worried that they were like healing faster than I could like take them down to war farm. I've got chain attack ready to go. Is it gonna be necessary though? Feels weird to use it on this guy because it's not like the main guy. And it feels weird to use it on the main guy because the main guy has such low health at this point. I think the fact of the matter is that I'm just well suited for this battle. Oh shit, this guy just whipped out the... But wait, if you get rewarded for overkill, if that's like a good thing, then why not do it more? Like, is that proportional to the amount of damage that you do? Yes you are. That's exactly what I just did. Oh yeah, look, you can keep going! Fascinating. I'm at 73 on Tyon. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, it's exactly 99. I guess I don't need you then, which means I can do this instead. Again? More? I'm not done? Yeah!
I might have the answer. Quick! Everyone get ready.
I guess if you just are 99. Well, no, if I finish with Tyon, then I'll do like the most like over percentage. So I'll do that. This shit's gonna be such a huge fucking number. Look at this, look at this, look at this. I've never seen it go like above 150. 179! Jesus! $57,000 damage. By far the biggest number I've been able to rack up. And it was like unnecessary after the first wave.
The state of this armor. Hey, show me that again.
Show you what?
Those moves you pulled. I've never seen anyone smash up a Levinus like that. I need to.
Wait, this is like voice acted again.
Nothing to observe. Frame was structurally poor. Evident that driving wheel could not withstand torque.
The driving wheel, you say? I wonder if it's because it was upgraded from lightweight to a more heavy assault style. Did I mess up the handling? But the armor had to withstand a charge. I had to fudge the weight to keep a good turning circle. Yes, you're absolutely right. I can't believe you could tell with just one look. Hey, would you teach me everything you know?
Hi, would you mind hitting the gritty for me?
Who exactly are you?
Oh, I'm Valdi, Levinus builder from Colony 30. I heard that anyone who defeats you gets a whole buttload of supplies from the castle as a reward. But, yeah, you won, so it's all good.
Oh, yeah, everything's just hunky-dory. What the stuff are you playing at?
Not playing anything.
You're really a mechanic? From Colony 30? Who's the commander?
That's too many.
Again?
Oh,
that's too many colonies.
Pull the other one.
Wow, don't look so surprised.
I did hear that Colony 30's commander was the greatest mechanic in Keves.
There was like barely 10 in Xenoblade 1.
Not sure I would say greatest, but I am bonkers about Levinuses.
I am fucking bonkers.
Hey, Zed. What's up?
Surely that's my line. The lever signal just cut out. What happened?
Oh, it just got a bit bashed about. Everything's fine. I'll be back home soon.
You're going back alone?
Huh?
I was just wondering how you expect to manage that.
Oh, it's fine. The colony's not that far away. I'll just cannibalize these bits and pieces into a new Levinus. Quick as you like.
That'd take so much salvaging.
Oh. Maybe I can't do it alone.
How did I know it would come to this?
Don't look at me.
Guess we'll do your grunt work.
But this
is... hit us. What's the shopping list?
This is where the main story told us to go.
Really help me.
This isn't optional.
We're not gonna leave you alone to fend for yourself.
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much, large man.
Landsman. I mean, Lance.
Then Lance I shall call you. Let's get cracking. I'll send the likeliest
Let's
sites
get
for debris
cracking,
to your island.
Gromit. Temporarily, huh? Oh, it's so loud! Looks like the reward from that overkill paid off, though.
There you go. New colony data. What's that device?
Oh, it's a
Looks like it's still
shortcut.
usable. Who wants to do the honors?
Does that go back down into the lake, or just into the... What is it? The bucket? The drum?
I'm on it.
Well, there's like
That's the
two
way.
tiny bits of grass clipping through the bottom of this thing.
May you sleep peacefully.
Also, is it just me, or does this Xenoblade not have very good grass? Like, I'm sorry, I'm noticing it just now. I've seen lusher, I'm gonna be honest. You can see a lot of, like, empty space between, like, the clumps here. I suspect the reason is because these aren't billboards. Every clump is, like, a proper, like, 3D model of grass. I'm gonna be honest, though, I think I prefer billboards over this. I don't know. Like, if you look at it at, like, low enough of an angle, and you look at, like, that cliffside, like, where this dark shaded area meets the light distance area, like, it maybe resembles grass that looks okay, but otherwise it looks, like, very, like, I don't know, messy. Oh, so I should probably use that thing that I just activated, huh? It's, like, a much faster way back. Oh, hold on. I gotta start climbing again. Out of my way. Out of my way! Get the fuck out of my way! It's Uni's time to shine. But, look at the legs here. Her knees are, like, jiggling whenever she goes down a handful of rungs. Feels like a physics simulation that's about to explode at the seams. Are these guys aggressive? I'm not about to be reminded. I'm just going to explore for its own sake. Hey, didn't I take all these guys out? Oh, man.
Right up ahead. We might find a nice hall where we fought before.
Where we fought before?
You're a bit too enthusiastic about this. Didn't that one come from your place?
Mine. No, I said interact, not fight! If you insist. Yeah, Grevels aren't even, like, aggressive. I don't know why I couldn't interact without, like, fighting a battle.
Yeah.
I guess because it's linked to, like, the same button.
But man, even so.
Yeah, I get it. 2 more things to find.
Seeing all this Levnis wreckage, that's how a battle always feels after. Just sad. Yeah, pretty tragic. Makes me want to fix them all right back up.
Look here, you.
Listen, I had this injury once. It really did a number on me, physically and mentally. That's what my Master Pond told me.
Wait, Master Pond?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's Nopon for a really great person.
I don't like that this is the phrase we're using. I don't like that of all things of Xenoblade's past we're invoking. We can forget about Tora.
Anyway,
I don't know if this is a part that needs to be celebrated, or for that matter, repeated.
Be a friend to all and an enemy of none.
Be a friend to all?
Yeah. I guess after that, seeing wrecked Levnesses got me thinking about stuff. A little elbow grease, and I could just get them back on their feet. My pals here wouldn't want me to give up on them either.
You're very sweet.
Don't get me wrong. It's just that, as a mechanic, you can't start getting moody just because something's broken. Not all wars are fought on the battlefield, right?
Some of them are fought on tables, which fortunately do not break. If they did anything besides myself.
This? My master pawn gave this to me, to celebrate my recovery. Caught your eye, has it? You want to see more?
No.
Not really.
No special interest.
No, Riku's got the right idea here for once, actually.
Come on, don't be shy now.
Riku is not shy.
What I'm getting from all this is that you really like this master pawn of yours, huh?
Yeah. He was really harsh on me sometimes. But he was 10 times the mechanic I could ever be.
If compare Master Pon and Riku, who is most excellent?
Uh-oh.
Good question. I think that your friend here has a keen eye.
Yes or no? It's a simple question,
To
Valdi.
get to speak with him.
Secrets of Riku are closely guarded.
You don't say. I can't wait.
Friend even listening to Riku?
A little elbow grease, huh?
Huh?
I think I get how Valdi feels.
Oh, hello. Oh, now I'm being targeted. Not so friendly anymore. This guy hates Riku. Like, I knew I was getting the feeling that, like, something was up here. Like, this wasn't right. But they were, like, not pissed. I guess that's been remedied. Oh, we're not focused. That's our problem. Lance is here working all by himself. Feels like ordering a focus now doesn't feel right either, though. That's better.
We're unstoppable with you around.
Oh, wow. He just happens to auto-attack him to death at the exact same time. Yeah, that's certainly what you were in the middle of saying.
You sure he doesn't just have Levnesses on the brain?
Shall we deal with this?
Listen, haven't I fought enough Armus, for God's sake?
Thanks for the support.
Hyper reload. Oh yeah, he's on our team now, I guess. His role is another healer. They definitely are, like, depleting way faster, though. The only reason the other guy took as long is because they were an elite. I don't know, I guess, to me, the flavor that I like is lots of uninterrupted exploration and then lots of uninterrupted battling. Dipping in and out like this doesn't feel right to me. If only for the flow of the music. You know, I guess I have the same problem with Breath of the Wild as well, where I just really want to soak in the world. And then, you know, some random fucking skeletons or choo-choos or whatever will pop out of the ground and insist that, no, you should probably battle instead. Like, but I don't want to! I'm like little fucking kid getting my arm tugged around at the grocery store. But I can get into this, that's for sure. No, Joker dog. Bad Joker dog. Look at these guys, though. These, Garatha. I don't know if these are, like, literally the guys, but there's some guys towards, like, the very end of Xenoblade 1 on Prison Island who look like that. Who have this kind of look about them. Oh, 152 meters. I was going to get the one all the way over there first, but if this one's as close as this, as it is. Oh, God. There is so much over here.
Gonna blast them into next week. We can do it. No doubt about it.
Some Joker dogs are okay. Also, I haven't been using this in a while. May as well. I was really judicious with the use of these things when I was still playing as Lands, but then I switched to Uni and I kind of just forgot all about it. I guess that's the opposite end, though, of
I'd recognize that engine sound anywhere. It's an Equities.
Equities nuts. What was it saying? Right. So you lose things like the chain attack gauge. And you lose things like your arts being refilled and your fusions and things like this. But you also don't have to wait for your overheating to cool off.
The damage to the
So it goes both ways.
I fixed this not long ago. It was from another colony.
Whoa, my God!
This horrible. Valdi, okay?
I get it. So this is how my Levnesses have been treated.
Sorry to rush you, mate, but we don't have time to be standing around.
Thank you.
Huh? What's happening?
Well, we are outlaws, so... They've marked us all as a target.
What?
Gotta do what you gotta do. Let's get this over with.
You know, I don't know what changed, really. I remember near the very, very beginning of this game, I really was not too into Lands. In terms of, like, his personality, like, his brashness. Like, wait, this guy's kind of an asshole. But now that the game is, like, trying to, like, now you're going to frolic around the meadows to pick up 3 special items to advance the main quest. Like, fuck this. And Lance is also like, fuck this. He's like, man, I don't care. Can we get back to what we were doing before? I'm like, yes, I couldn't agree more, actually. And the thing about me is that I love to frolic around the meadow. Like, I don't need to be forced to.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Like, there's nothing in this cave. The quest isn't forcing me to go in this thing, but I'm drawn towards it simply because I'm curious. You know, I think the game does a good enough job of, like, compelling you to look at things without needing to pull shit like this.
Don't worry, I'll handle it.
Is this other one not battling? It's not. I'll fix that. That's better. Man, those are some of the most fragile enemies I've come across yet, maybe. It's pretty up there.
Gonna blast them into next week.
Where is this dropping us off at exactly, though? I know I saw, like, a really high up cliff with, like, some pinkish purple trees above. I wonder if that's how you get all the way up there.
Well, they were no match for us.
Man, even 4 of those, and it's over with so quickly. Sage's Balcony.
Is that rare?
Yeah, if I was looking to admire the vistas before, look at this moist world of ours. No, so this doesn't connect up there, but it is probably like the closest I'll get. It seems if I keep heading off in that direction, that's how I would find it, though. It's a big sandy area. Man, look at the shadows from all the way up there. It's kind of cool.
Is that rare? I want to see.
Wait, does the balcony connect to this zone? There's like level 24, 23 monsters. It's not entirely out of my range. Oh, that's such a survivable drop. I can't start like an entirely new biome on a fucking whim like this. I can't. I want to, but I'll put a pin in this. They wouldn't make all of this without it being something that they want you to explore on purpose. Man, so that's like what? 3 entire zones that are all connected with no loading zones. Plus an entire town. Like, that's cool. I was already impressed by what is now relatively a very small scale of interconnected overworlds from our very first colony. At Colony 9, they literally call it Colony 9. Those areas are tiny compared to this shit. I'm really blown away by what they've managed to achieve here. And I have to begin to wonder, too, if even this doesn't, like, reach the peak of what this, like, game is capable of in terms of, like, building an area. Like, what, I wonder, over the course of this journey is going to be, like, the biggest zone. Or series of zones, you know? Yeah, let me get in on this real quick. Oh, there's ether here too. And these guys aren't even gonna like make a fuss about it? Oh! Oh, they're fussing. Not anymore. Yeah, look at all this. Gaze upon all we've traveled. Where? Guess if you want. Toppling a fucking bug. Why not?
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Okay, there's a few more items on this edge of the balcony, but after that, we can get back to picking up the regular items. Come on, Uni! Jump on the hill! Yeah, there we go.
I guess this is fate too, huh?
This soldier died because he tried to jank his way up a ledge and died in the process. He didn't have what it takes. He didn't have Uni's skills, unfortunately. Nobody jumps quite like her, to be sure. Also, I really do not need this visible. I know where I'm going. I can see the yellow. Man, all this in the distance, too. We still haven't even, like, explored this full region yet. It's ridiculous. I mean, that higher stuff up there, that's definitely, like, not for us. But, like, there's so much foliage up there. They would not put that there if it wasn't, like, actually explorable. You can usually tell when distance stuff is like meant to be distance or not. Because those like hills in Gower Plain, or I'm sorry, Milik Meadows, totally not Gower Plain,
I guess the console hasn't interfered,
are meant to be like unexplorable. And that looks like the same stuff as down here. But I don't know, maybe the explorable versus unexplorable visual distinction is only because those are literally copy-pasted from Xenoblade 1. And Xenoblade 3 areas are not supposed to look like that. It only does like as a holdover of other stuff. Hey, I'm sorry, wasn't there It was like a body, right? Like a flute? Yeah. I knew I like walked past something important.
Such is the officer's duty.
Oh, that's a rare one.
This way? If you want. Wait, is this like a huge cave over here? It's certainly like a big like overhang. Dude, we haven't fought a single Turk in this entire stream. We gotta solve this. Isn't it like Turk feathers that we need to get that level 3 gem that I had my eye on? Let me get in on some of this, actually. There's 3 of them. Let's see, what do we got? Turk seasoning. That's it? Just Turk seasoning? What do we got? Turk service medal. And Turk seasoning. Damn. I'll keep my eye out for more of those guys, though. Because I think what I need is like a Turk feather, I believe. Oh, because it's like a turkey. Yeah, okay. The Night Lord Turkin. I'll go for it. A Xenoblade classic. Overwatch! Let me scoot in this little circle here. Oh my god, what was that horn noise? If I had to guess, probably the guy wielding the giant horn. Bard Lord Turkin. Some more service medals though, huh? Man, this guy's like... all my auto attacks are bouncing off.
Lance wants something a bit meatier.
Come on, you guys are like covered in feathers. Surely it's not that hard to find something like this. A skeeter. Yeah, I guess I'll fight these guys, why not? These things also make some bonkers sounds, by the way. Oh my god! I don't know that they were like electric giraffes. This is a freak of nature.
I'd say we were moving in sync, right, Tyon?
It would be a good time, though, nonetheless, to check up on a campfire at some point. Maybe after... oh, this is so many Turkins, dude. I literally can't resist.
We can do it, no doubt about it.
I have zero free will when choosing whether or not to fight these guys. It just has to happen. Hey, let me bust some of this shit out, too. Oh! I guess I figured out what the horn does. Jeez. That thing's definitely not just for looks. Oh man, that knockback is ridiculous. I've seen some pretty nasty hits in my day, but nothing that comes close to that. Okay, that's better. Oh, I should have been paying attention more to the pickups. I don't know if I got any feathers out of this or not.
Come
Okay.
after me, and that's what you get.
Service
If only you
medal.
didn't charge off on your own.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything about this.
Look!
That
here
is
it is.
so many. That's too many. This is a cool area, though.
I've got a bunch
And I am very tempted to delve deeper into it, even though I know that I shouldn't. Against all my better judgment.
It's just where I stored some of the junk I've picked up. Can't keep it all at the colony. You know how it is.
I see. So you're recycling the parts as you deem necessary?
Yeah. The supplies from the castle just aren't gonna cut it. We have a lot of very particular mechanics, and a lot of requests from the pilots to boot. We even get commissioned to repair the Levnesses from other colonies.
Seems like awful much effort for not much reward.
Not true. We're having a blast with it. Our Nopon are all highly skilled, and our lieutenant has a good head on his shoulders. So, remind me, what was it we were trying to do again?
Picking up parts.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, for the body, I'd need... Ah, something like this. Yeah, that fits the bill.
Is this guy really cut out to be a commander?
He's a skilled mechanic for sure, but I imagine he gives his aides quite the headache.
Nice! That should do us.
Nice!
Could be risky to work on.
Well, now I'm curious about this enormous gaping chasm you've introduced me to. You can't just expect me not to, like, poke and prod at this a little bit now, right?
Shall we deal with this?
Yeah, okay, I'll fight Megalugaratha.
First blood.
See, now this thing has 4 legs, because its knees are like its other knees, so it's not an elbow. Although I guess it's not. They're like a little different. So maybe this thing also has arms. Wait, no, I take it back. Wait, no, I need to compare to the frog again. It definitely doesn't have frog arms. And it also doesn't have fingers. I'm not sure what my own rules are. My vibe is that this thing has 4 legs, though. Because it's not even standing diagonally. Like, this thing couldn't even, like, do anything resembling 2 legs if it wanted. This thing is 4-legged.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
I think I'm of the opinion now
Soak all this
that
up.
every fact about every animal from now on is like that famous thought experiment, like, can you name a chair? Including all things that are chairs and excluding things that are not chairs.
Something so valuable here.
I guess if you think about it, these things are kind of chairs, because they have 4 legs. And they're pretty tall, but I guess you could sit on them. Bitch impact. Ugh. This Bard Lord is driving me nuts. Okay, there we go. There was like a ton more back there too. Feels like I might want to rally them in pretty soon. Like very soon, actually. No, they're too far away. There's no way I'd be able to cover that distance without them just like canceling the battle. I'd like to get like a little something from my troubles while I'm here. Maybe even a feathered Noah friendship badge. Although I'm quite demonstrably not friends with these things. What's sparkling behind me? Is it like a dog? It's a sparkly dog. It's a sparkle dog! Oh my god, there's so many of these things. I'm almost like just drawn in by the challenge itself, not even the fact that I'm after these resources for important deeds. Okay, this is gonna get overwhelming really fast though, so let's start with Ouroboros. Get one more of these too. Ah, no, I'm not back. Worth a shot. Okay, one bar down. Surely between all these guys, we've at least managed to achieve like one feather though. Like one measly feather. They cannot possibly be this rare in truth. Man, even between this many guys, though, we're still making, like, fairly quick work of them. I'm really surprised to see it. We're, like, almost level 25, too. Maybe that'll be, like, a good stopping point. That, or when we get to return our items to that wall where we couldn't climb. Whichever comes first. But I don't know. It does seem like there's more of this overworld once you climb that section. Like, I don't think that's the end. But it seems as good a checkpoint as any to... Wait a second, exclamation mark. Maybe that's the one that has the feather. Like, you have to get it from like a specific place or person. It's deflecting my hits even when it's toppled? Very strange. It's only when you hit it from the back, though. So you can still get side attacks, but it does make backslash, like, very useless. Alright, this guy's almost down. If there's ever a point with these Turkins to watch for when I'm picking up to look for feathers, definitely right now. Because, man, I've seen a couple of those, like, red exclamation points, and I still haven't, like, quite clued in to what those mean. Turkin seasoning? Nothing. Just seasoning. And... seasoning. So what was special about that guy that demanded an exclamation mark if not it has an important item that I'm, like, directly after right now? You're referring to the philosophy of definition stuff, i.e. what is a man? Man is a featherless biped, behold a man, plucked chicken. But for them arguing about chairs and God's definition of a chair. Luckily, society has progressed in 2,000 years. Well, I think they progressed wrong. I think that we could have arrived at, like, the same location, but, like, in a different way.
So much to see, huh?
Turkin headquarters! These guys have got to have feathers. I like that they, like, enlisted the aid of the Joker dogs to actually, like, guard for them. All the little guard doggies. This is too many things. I'm sorry. It simply is. Man, the range on that is ridiculous. Every time I see something that it looks like, no, I should position myself better before trying to fire that off. I literally never need to. I bet there's gonna be like another unique monster at the end of this too. The leader of the Turkin headquarters.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
I do like though that it is like not like their home, not their base, but specifically HQ. Like the Turkin Corporation. Yeah, I think not. You've tooted your last toot, in my eyes. And there's even more of those things through here. Every time I think I've found like the biggest, busiest encounter, I'm always teased with something that's like even more.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Rehashing Plato and Diogenes' 2,000-year-old beef on Twitch.tv. Oh, hello, friend that I found around the corner. So no unique, but definitely an elite. Diogenes? Diogenesis. The apostrophe S is what threw me off. That's more like it. And this is definitely possible to rope more guys into, so given the fact that I have a half-filled chain attack gauge, I will, like, get more. God, look how many guys I have to cycle through just to achieve this. This is a very busy little corner of ours. Not conquered quite yet. I think not. Not yet. Man, I'd really like to roll these guys in, but I don't think I'll be able to. Actually, maybe so. If they are aggressive, if they attack on sight, then I could, like, piss one off. And that would be enough. Boom. Just like that. They are remarkably not aggressed by me at the moment, though. Yeah, if I tell everybody to focus our attacks on this guy, then I'll goad everybody else into following us out into this open area, which will allow me to chain it. Oh, I'm almost dead in the meantime, though. Might be a good time for an interlink. Yes! This is the amount of busyness that I like to see. Might be a little much, though. I don't know. It is a little excessive. Oh, wow! I thought I was going to overheat there. I actually managed to avoid that. Okay, what am I targeting? We're fighting this thing? Nice! Love to spin that dog. Man, I don't think I've ever juggled this many elites at one time before. There's a lot going on at the same time here. Oh shit, there's that level 25 though. I did lie about whichever comes first though. I do still want to take the things that I've collected back to that ledge. That still feels like the best situation. And yet there's still more. It actually looks like there is a unique monster all the way over there. Maybe we're doing well enough. Why not? Why not piss off some more dudes? Come on, please be in range. Please be in range. Come on. You've got to see me. Yep. Just like that. It's just that vital. I'm keeping this gauge filled up though. If there's a unique monster, I'm not wasting this shit on small fry, that's for sure. This is cool though. This is definitely like the longest I've been able to like keep a single encounter going. And it's not close. We'll blow you! Oh, I'm gonna get knocked back so far. I'm gonna like leave the battle range. It's gonna like end the battle right now. What is this now? This is like our 4th consecutive elite? Like, it's a lot. Okay, this is, I think it's our last one as well, though, so we gotta make sure to piss these guys off, too. Oh, Lands is almost in trouble, though. Might be a good time to Ouroboros. Come on. There we go. There's some green numbers. Okay, Lance is doing a little bit better, but not ideal still. Okay, phew. Too many close calls for comfort. Aw, man. No, I ended it before I could make it over to this group. Damn. Still goes a long way, though, I think. That's for sure. Like, for the sake of fighting that many elite monsters in a row, like, that's nothing. That said, my time has come.
Here we go, guys.
We're going all the way. We gotta fight the CEO of Turkins. We gotta focus, too. This has a very high likelihood of going belly up, like, immediately. Because, level 21, level 23, that kind of range. I've been doing pretty okay level-wise, but this is still nothing to sneeze at when you're juggling this many of that level at a time. Okay, nice. Next one. No. Not you yet. Not you yet. Shit, if Lance is almost down, I gotta start doing some of these spins. This is my trick, is that I love to spin. Shit, no, Mio's down? So, probably occupying Tile with this is not how I can best spend his efforts. However, I do wish to spin. That is my desire. Oh yeah, it's already just this one left. We're almost there. Oh shit. I don't want to miss out on this. Hedonist Turkin! What kind of group meeting was this exactly? Does make sense to use the chain attack starting now, though. Maybe I'll wait for this overclock buster to charge up like one last time, and then I'll start firing it off. And maybe like the rest of all of my arts as well. There we go. Okay, does Lance need healing? I'll do this too then. Man, there really is always something you can be doing. Even if like your arts are out, there's like different modes you can like switch between to like keep you like in the mix, so you're not just like waiting. There's always like a better way to be spending your time. Lance, are you in the healing circle? No, you're all the way over there. That's why you're so low. No, he's down. Well, now somebody's got to take care of that. Before I can do a chain attack. Okay, Lance is healed. We're fine. I'm back in the game! Oh, wait! You can incorporate the 7th party member into the chain attacks, too. That's huge. Okay, we'll do side attack. So, what exactly is the reason that certain attacks become, like, electrified? Oh, I guess it's telling you, like, additional consequences it'll have. It's very to the left. The space that it occupies. Okay, what's started? And then I want to do healer, I guess? Yeah, because I was getting the impression it wanted me to use them. I just didn't see how exactly. That makes sense, though. And he's already reactivated? Cool. Okay, let's do... no one. No, it makes sense to lead with Tyon, though. 66! 70! 88! Oh my god, I don't even need to use a healer. Well, I still probably should, though. Because that'll guarantee the max out at 99. And then Uni can take it from there. Hey, that's a pretty hot number. Man, I'm going to be chasing that high of, like, what is that? I got 170, 180? Forever now. Nothing is going to feel as good anymore. It's a damn shame. Assuming this will even be able to hit 99, though, it'll certainly be cutting it close. Increases TP by 50 if the enemy is a machine type. Oh. Would be nice for another time. I think it makes sense to use this first, even if it doesn't go all the way. Yeah, 57. It's gonna be cutting it close. 48. Yeah, we're in. We're in it. Man, that one wasn't so clean. 43,000 is still good, but it didn't come easy. Hey, these guys have got the right idea. I think stream is down. It just keeps looping for me. I assume that trying to refresh goes without saying. Like, it's a very no shit kind of advice. Why would the stream go down at a time like this? Man, I still can't believe, though, that it went down for as long as it did during that first stream, though. When, like, we were finally getting to, like, the juicy story stuff, the two sides first meeting. And it was, like, for almost an hour, it was down. Let me check my OBS. These auto attacks are recharging. No, I've got a green light on OBS, actually. So, that should mean that I'm not down, yes? Oh, God. Lands? Yeah, okay. Senna's already on top of it. Let me know if it comes back, though, because according to OBS, it is. Although I guess communicating this verbally isn't of much use if you can't see it. But I guess if I see a yes in chat, then the good news is that this message got across, that it did work out. Another chain attack's already good to go? I guess why not? We'll Ouroboros first. The healing is a little shaky. I can do something about this. Wait, are we all in Ouroboros right now? I don't think I've seen us like all triple up like that before. That's crazy. Short-lived, to be sure, though. You know what, though? Overkill on, like, a unique monster would kind of go crazy, though. It'll take some more work to pull something like that off, but I kind of want to go for it. Like, if I hold onto the chain attack for, like, a little bit longer, and if Tyon can hold his own for a little bit longer, I think that means that, like, because unique monsters are already, you know, known for making such big drops, that the payoff will be, like, multiplied. Yeah, I'll wait for Noah and Mio's Ouroboros to wear off, and then I'll fire it up. Oh dear. I can't help but notice, though, that when I said to say yes if the stream was back up, I'm not seeing any yes. So that's like a problem, right? Oh yeah, this guy is so fucked, though. If this is the case, probably a good time to knock it off with the getting distracted by shit and, like, actually wrap up the stream for real. So, like, you know, the first stream that I did, it's like the conclusion of the only thing you can do. So there's only so much you can do to, like, prevent people watching live from missing out on a lot. But things have, like, significantly opened up from there. There's no reason why I need to, like, get distracted after this. I can march straight to that thingy, and I can learn how to climb, and it will be so cool. Oh, I should have used Tyon last. What am I saying? That shit could have gotten me to, like, maybe, like, 200 if I played my cards right. Oh, but he activates again anyways. Sure, why not? Yeah, this is gonna be the play. We'll use Uni first and then finish with Tyon. And at that point, like, how could you not get to 200? $82. A little bit of Mio. 99? Oh my god, it's gonna go 200. $210! That's beautiful. I'm really proud of that. 63,000! And it's all overkill on a unique monster. That is beautiful. Look at all that experience.
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
There's like so much shit rolling in, I can't tell if any of it is like a feather even. Damn. I can't believe that when I like came into this cave, my goal was gonna be like, oh, if I get 25, then I'll probably consider ending pretty soon. And then that happened. And I already like filled up half the XP gauge. Like that doesn't come quite so easily. I don't know, maybe it wasn't a Turkin feather I was after. It was like a feather of like some other kind. And there's simply a mistake that has been made in the reading. Okay, I definitely like killed those dogs. I think they're just like respawning shit because the game doesn't have like room to remember all of this. But if I do start getting chased, it is worth noting that I am not interested in battling anymore. Oh wait, maybe like I killed their daddy so they don't care anymore? They know what I'm capable of? And they, oh, well, okay, maybe.
You want to tussle?
I don't want to tussle. I don't. It's the last thing I want to do. This is the time of day where I'd usually say, but I want to go to bed. I'm so sleepy. But this is not true.
Man, they've really gone and done it now.
They've really gone and done it now. Because tonight is a Monday night, which is to say a Tuesday morning, which is to say Better Call Saul Day. And this is what? The second last episode?
Something so valuable.
And the instant I stop playing this, that means I immediately get to see what happens next in the merry misadventures of Saul Goodman, aka Gene Takovich, aka Jimmy McGill, aka my idol, aka my favorite Xenoblade character class. Yeah, dude, those meters are tumbling down. Like, I don't know, like, I imagine that this is what it's all for, though, right? Like, you're gonna get there, and then the little, you know, the boy genius is gonna make like a little climbing gizmo that lets you climb the red. That's gotta be what it is. Man, climbing vines in a Xenoblade game. It's never been done before. You know, it's a good thing that they had to invent a gizmo for it so that they could successfully suspend our disbelief. Because if I saw a character climbing vines in a Xenoblade game otherwise, I would be so upset. I would say, Monolith Soft, you've really jumped the shark this time. You've really gone and done it. You've really solved my Goodman. Sir, I said I wasn't gonna get distracted. I'm picking up fucking salty cabbage. I'll tend to this. That's what we can call it. Oh my god.
Thanks, guys.
At what point did this become 4.5 hours? That flew by.
This is enough to build Levnis.
We're just trying to get this guy home, though.
Spirits seem middling to low.
Spirits seem middling to low.
Thought that with a Levnis, I'd be able to protect my friends. Then no one would have to get hurt.
Yeah, Valdi has not mentioned to us the vines at all. This is maybe jumping to conclusions on my behalf.
My pals just do as they're ordered. They go out, they fight, and they hurt people. And I'm the one responsible.
Oh, look at that rainbow in the background. From, like, the waterfall?
If you're gonna blame someone
That's really
for causing
cool.
all those casualties, blame me.
Valdi is doing perfectly normal job of mechanic. Issue of orders not your fault.
But
this doesn't sit right with you, does it? So make something new. Why do you always have to make stuff for fighting? Why not try a different tack?
Oh. For traversal, not for war. That was a psychotic head tilt.
Obviously, I don't know the nitty-gritty, but I'm sure it's not
The nitty-gritty?
right?
Oh! Lands hit the gritty? That's huge.
Give up.
That is an extremely valuable piece of speech to have.
Yeah, Lance.
He's got it in his blood.
I shouldn't be led by the whims of others when I make my sweet little mecha.
Maybe don't call it
Thanks,
that.
Lance, and all of you. I'll be
My
back in a
sweet
jiffy.
little mecha. Holy crap, my frickin' sweet little mecha.
It's done.
What the f- You just whipped that shit out?
Wow. That fast, huh?
It's looking a little on the small side, no? Is that how you wanted it?
And more importantly, does it climb?
Yeah. He wouldn't last long in a real battle, but he can follow simple commands. Right now, his only directive is to take care of me. But that's just fine. He's a good guy.
You did all of this in a fade to black? How long were we all standing here waiting for this to unfold?
Yeah, don't worry. I can get back home just fine on my own.
Oh, damn and blast.
What?
And I came all this
Oh,
way.
console. Now's not the time, man. We're just trying to save our game.
A console.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Ouroboros. Ah, fear not. I have no interest in stirring the pot. I was simply curious as to why our dear Valdi hadn't returned. You promised us you would build the ultimate Levnis, did you not? How much longer do you expect us to wait? Ah, you Agnian dogs! How I shall delight in crushing you beneath my boot.
It's very strange to see that even characters of this importance
Actually, I've decided to...
How many times must I say it?
are still showing up in these, like, decidedly lesser cutscenes that are usually, you know, reserved for unimportant things.
If we were to lose
But I don't know. Maybe console Q is just the lamest one.
their boots.
Yes, but...
Valdi, my boy. Who was it that said he'd be fine? So long as he could tinker away with Levnis's. Because I clearly remember those words. If you've got time to be flapping those lips, you've got time to be working those hands. Should you fail in your duty, I won't be held accountable for what happens to your friends in the colony.
Snuff you, asshole. Your gob, the more I want to.
I think it's the first time they've used it in that
Understood.
manner. Snuff you?
Valdi!
Don't worry. I've made up my mind.
You know, maybe like what the snuff, or like using it like as an adjective, or like just exclaiming it because you're angry or you're hurt. Snuff you is huge.
It's unlikely to bode well for us. Ideally, we'd want to prevent it being deployed in battle.
Oh yeah, there's that too. But I was more worried about how Valdi feels.
He said he'd made up his mind. Doesn't sound like he's going to be finishing his ultimate anything to me. More like...
He wants to destroy it.
Oh. We don't even get to keep the little buddy?
Going off on its own.
It's following Valdi, adhering to directive of protect.
Noah.
Yeah, we're following it.
This is such ridiculously dramatic music for the stakes at hand. Alright, well I'm not following Valdi's mini Levnis. I'm not. I'm going in the opposite direction. Valdi can wait. Because that was the end of the stream for today. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, let me actually check the map. I do want to go back to a camp, just for camp's sake. Which I believe you access via this screen if you want to fast travel. If you enjoyed the stream, you can follow me here on Twitch or on YouTube at The Full Galaxy, where all the VODs are, plus highlights and more. Yeah, Lynn need to be our camp. That's the place. You can also subscribe to me here on Twitch if you particularly enjoyed the stream. If there is a stream to be enjoying at this precise moment, I don't know. This is still down.
You know, you've got...
OBS insists that it's not. I'm not seeing any frames dropping. But, you can also follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, Pillowfort, and Discord. And if any of that interests you, you can check out the links in the Twitch cards below if you are watching this live, or in the YouTube description if you're watching the VOD. I am going to be off for another week. It was going to be the last little bit of Xenoblade for a while. However, there is a Splatoon Direct in about a day or two. I don't know the specifics on that, but whenever it is, You can expect that I'll be there for that. But besides that, I will be on break. And until then, very much looking forward to resuming Xenoblade. In the long term, seeing what other cool things happen. In the short term, don't really give a shit about this particular side hero character. I think Ethel is far and away much cooler. Even that other, like, Agnian on that side path who we didn't even, like, get to add to our party at any point, just showed up and said hi. Even that was cooler. But you know what? This is progress. And I found some feathers. And yeah, actually, can I craft the gem? This is my final, because I'm not going to remember this in a week. What is it that I needed? Who said anything about feathers? Hold on. Well, I sure have a lot of Turk and seasoning, that's for damn sure. No wisp nectar. What the hell was demanding a feather from me that I couldn't get? Because clearly I have this now. Oh, an elegant Ansel feather. An Ansel feather. I don't really think I've been fighting too much of those, so that would explain that. Okay. So, I was definitely barking up the wrong tree there, but... Man, there's something to end on about how birds go in trees. I don't have the energy for it. The more time I dwell on it, the less time for Saul Goodman. So, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna see you guys next time, and, for those of us still watching, whether that's, on Twitch or on YouTube, or on, YouTube 2, whatever cyber YouTube successor comes along in another 20 years, I'll see you guys later. Oh my god, I'm gonna be 43 in 20 years! What the snuff is happening?!